you? Welcome back to MEcon Day 3. Thanks for sticking with us. Obviously, you're here because
Let's try this again one more time, right?
Okay, all right, let's do it.
I tell you.
Here, we good?
OBS, oh my gosh. OBS.
No, right. It's okay.
It's all good. It's all good. Excited to be here.
Excited?
Yeah, excited.
Slept well? Good day, good morning, happy Sunday. We got our acai bowls, we got our juice, we're ready to go, we're well nourished. You know, you want some brain food. You need brain food today.
Yes.
Get some MTC oil, get some coconut oil.
Yeah, it's important to note if you guys are going to start streaming and start doing this like we did, and we give you one tip that you should know right from the very beginning. So, really, I have this whole setup in another computer, so we had to redo it on this laptop for this weekend, right? Because we don't have this computer here, the main computer that we do this on, right? But here's the bottom line. Big trick, something that we just learned. Every day when you are going to go stream again, if you are using external audio, and you're using like a Focusrite, which is an audio, like one of these, I'm sure some of you know what that is, an audio interface. Make sure that you unplug it and plug it back in again so that the audio can sync again with OBS and you can sync again with what's the other one? Elgato. So just know that. I just lower the music because I know you guys are probably gonna be like, it's too loud. Anyway, so just know that you gotta do that because that's what just happened now that I thought that the audio was already working, and it isn't. So, but all good. You guys can hear us now, and that's what matters. Happy Sunday to you guys. We're excited. Yes, as we spoke earlier, acai bowl.
We're nourishing our bodies.
We're
getting ready.
Good. So
most important part of business.
Run through that lineup.
All right, so
while I eat this.
Yes, absolutely. I'll talk so you can eat for a little while. Yeah, so obviously, you know, we have just we know too many amazing people. We couldn't narrow it down to just 2 days of content. We had to do a third day. And I think all of you watching really appreciate that. At least I hope you do. You've been, I know, taking so many notes, and I hope all last night you were dreaming of your big, crazy goals for 2021. That is what we're here to inspire you to do, is just to write those goals down and get organized. So today's lineup, anybody out there want to sync some music? You want to license some music to maybe a game, a TV show, a film, anything like that? Let's see. Hook it up in the chat. Let us know what you might want to sync some music to. But we're really excited to have Mark Friser in the house because Mark is the CEO and founder of Sync Summit and SyncExchange. So he has his own agency, can hook you up. And then the Sync Summit, he has events, live things almost every day, his Sync Cafe, so you can hop on. They're usually at 1 p.m. So if you go to SyncExchange.com, Sync Summit, excuse me, you'll be able to sign up for his newsletter and you'll get all that information. So his events are so dope. He just brings together amazing songwriters, people from all over the industry, the top music supervisors, tech leaders in this space. So he knows his stuff for sure. So he and Paul Wiltshire will also join us. He's the CEO and founder of Songtradr. A really cool guy, and I love his story. He is still a kick-ass producer and songwriter, but he really saw something missing, that technology could just open up a marketplace and take things to the next level to help connect songwriters with music supervisors and help just expedite that process. So we're going to talk to him both about, you know, his journey starting that company, because he literally went from producer with a tech idea to now having raised about $40 million. So big ups to Paul for that. So he's going to talk a lot about that process of raising capital, building your company. Mark's really going to go through a lot of step-by-step
and what do you think,
resources.
And what do you think that's good for? Think about it. Songtradr, a company that is famous for giving you opportunities for sync. Same thing with Mark. I mean, these are the type of folks that you want to get to know. Number one, you want to get to know how the companies work. You want to get to know who's behind their teams. You want to get to try and get as close as you can as possible to these people, because they are going to provide you opportunities for sync, and sync is where the money is. You can't tour right now, so what if you can put your show in the next, I don't know, Ahsoka Tano show?
Possibly that one.
Hey,
let's see. So
big ups to Rosario.
Start researching it, right? See what the feel is.
Yeah,
and write some music to
any
that.
show that's out there. You know, they're gonna give you tips on how to try and, you know, find the folks that you need, like the music supervisors, a music agent to connect it to the music supervisors, and all of that. We have. You want to just go through the lineup from beginning to end?
Yeah,
I think it'd be
definitely.
great.
Also, no, I was just gonna drop one gem, and this is a gem. Okay, please write this down. If you want to get to the top of the food chain here and get with some of these pros and, you know, have direct access, here's the first tip. You want to get with Mark, you want to really pick his brain, you want to really learn from him, write him in.
Follow him on IG.
No, even better. Well, that, yes, but write him an email and tell him you want to volunteer and help build Sync Summit.
Oh, that's good.
Right? You're going to get the information out. You're going to
provide
work,
value.
right? You want to work with us. You want to get an inside, you know, look as to what we're doing. You want to meet these people exclusively. Angel, how's your internship been this week?
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Come say hi to people real quick.
Okay. I'm like watching.
You got to meet Angel. He's been the one soldier, ride or die behind the scenes with us. Hey.
Hey everyone. How's it going?
He's been good about staying 6 feet away too. Even though he got tested.
We're good. We're safe. Don't
I'm
worry.
learning so much, you guys. You guys gotta make sure you take notes.
But put your face in there, man.
Get in
Oh,
there.
I'm
Get in
standing
there.
up.
You see the
Hey.
screen. Hey.
Yeah.
Tell people really quickly what you do and what you're here to learn.
So I am an independent artist and a videographer. I'm here to learn all of the secrets inside of the industry, and from video to music as well. So yeah, it's been really dope. You guys have taught me so much.
Yesterday, by the time we got done, he said, I've already put my next 12-step plan together of
Oh,
what
yeah.
plan of what I'm doing over the next 12 months.
I have a 12-step plan for my next album. So I definitely learned a lot in the last 2 days.
Yes, awesome.
Yeah. All
I've
right,
been
guys.
loving watching you back there taking notes. So look, so that's the big tip. You want to do these things. That's how you jump the line. You show people love. You bring your skills, and you get with them. So we've got that.
And you comment on the chat too, and you tell us what it is you're looking for and what you
Raise
want.
your hand. Speak
Remember,
up.
you
This
can't,
is it.
unless you're screaming, I won't feed you. You know? That's
There you go.
That's the whole Spanish thing that I always talk about.
So Joep today. Joep van Leijsen. Hopefully I said that right.
On Leijsen.
Van Leijsen.
No,
From-
we're both just, we can't say it right.
But it's fun
because-
to try. I think we're
Yeah.
close. So he's the founder and CEO of Roadie.co. I'm going to put all these links in the chat here soon so you can check out all of their companies. So he's walking us through step by step how to set up your website to get the maximum information from it and build the maximum fan base. Really understand your super fans. So he's a pro in that. And then we also had him go one-on-one with One Way Ticket, this cool group. I mentioned it yesterday. And he walks you through exactly what One Way Ticket should be doing to, you know, fill the holes of the leaky bucket. I love this when you talks about you don't want to have a leaky bucket. We're working so hard to fill that bucket up, and so we don't want anyone to leak out of it. So that is really awesome. Jason Cordner, he's a senior editor of The Source. So that conversation is going to be really cool. It's a short one. Unfortunately, he didn't have a lot of time, but we will have him back on. Then we also have Julio Bague.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Latin, you know, just huge executive for Peermusic. Incredible guy. So much information.
Google,
Jerry
put it in the
Wonda.
chat. Google
Yeah,
Peermusic
so all these
right
links.
now. Peermusic right now. Google it.
Hey, and everyone, can you put a message in the chat? Did you receive my email from Eventbrite this morning? Because it had the list of all of this and links to all of it. So just let me know, because Angel said he didn't get it, so I just want to make sure he gets it. So then we've got Jerry Wonda. Also, I told this guy he's got to do a session all about equipment. The best equipment that you need to have, what you can get now on a budget, and what your dream list should be, and one of those buckets that you should put when Jeff Hammer says we want to create different buckets and we want to know how to prioritize our money. This is one of the essential buckets that you want to continuously fill up. Again, no holes in that bucket, all right? Once you put something in, don't take it out to go get that pair of shoes or whatever it is you want to get. Fill it up.
Can I just give them a quick snippet of what I'm talking about?
Let's do it.
I think they would appreciate that. All right. Hold on, it's coming. This is gonna be dope. You're gonna appreciate it. All right. Let's see. You see that? That camera that I just posted there? Do you see that? I'm sure you see it.
No email this morning. Dang.
Alright, hold on. Check this out. No email this morning? What? Alright, so
Shoot.
let's see. I'm playing around with this thing so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Let's see. I can't wait. Hold on. This is gonna be dope. Hey, get ready. Stand by there. I'm gonna show them something right now. Hold on. All right. So, check this out. Right. So if you look right here, right now, that's a YouTube in the background. YouTube that I want to show you guys later. Here we go. So this right here, right? What you're looking at, actually turn that light off. This is your setup right now. This is what your, streaming usually looks like, right? I'm pretty sure. And that's if we're lucky that you have this big light back here. But let's pretend, I have a couple of lights here, so I'm gonna turn this one off. And yeah. Turn that one off. That's more realistic. That's what you guys have at home, most likely, right? Yeah, you can. No, you can. Yeah. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because I want you guys to know that even with this kind of setup, at some point, you can even create better lighting. But anyway, go ahead, turn those back on. Right? Turn this one back on. The main light. And by the way, hold on, before you turn that on. Don't turn it on. This is what a good camera looks like with the same lighting. It's called backlight right now, right? So it's very dramatic, very cinematic. And in films, this is how you usually get, this is the type of lighting that you usually get. Except for turn that one on, right? And then if I turn these off now, this is just one light. One light. This light right here. The microphone is here. So I can move it around, whatever. But this is one light. So again, very minute little things, but you guys should really know the impact of a decent camera, right? And that could be now, like, again, 4K. This is 4K, right? The iPhone, this is the 12 Pro Max. This is 8K from the front. So you guys can literally stream from these kind of phones and then compress it down to 1080p or 4K. It actually goes to 4K as well. You can stream in 4K if you want to. But just know, like, that's how simple it is. It's just about setting up the lights in the right place. I want to show you what this does right here. Boom. Rim light, back shoulder, and then this right here. Boom. This highlights everything else, right? So, extremely important. You guys got to do it. Invest a little bit in lighting. Phone you can shoot with. You can shoot with pretty much anything nowadays, but the lighting is everything. Again, I'll get into a little bit more of that. At least the basic stuff that you should have, so you can get just a great picture. Obviously, as far as the sound, you know, it's not always perfect because you need you need at least someone else to help you when you're running this, you know. But again, because of COVID, can't really do it right now. But anyway, let's get back to the program because this is gonna be incredible today, and I want to get back into Joep. I think that you should be the first person that
I think so. I think we should do that one first.
Did you talk to him today?
Nope, not yet. So, but let's put him on, and we'll probably get him to come on live in a little bit. So we did Joep's session in 2 parts. I think right now we're gonna show the actual interview that he does, or kind of one-on-one session with One Way Ticket, and walking them through their website, exactly the changes that they need to make, how they can improve the content. Jalen talks a lot about that as well, the different videos and things. So let's throw that up there, and then we'll also have in the resource center and on our channel here the full interview with him as well. We might even show a little bit of that after.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, and that's that. But hopefully you've been in the lounges, because Joep's been on there both nights, just connecting, chatting with everyone. He's really super cool. And again, someone that, gosh, I don't even know how I met him. I'm sure through LinkedIn, because that's my favorite place to connect with people. Or I was researching actually specifically professionals that really narrow in on web development for artists, and he was, I think, one of maybe the companies that came up. But the cool thing is these people are out there, and again, all it takes is you taking the initiative to reach out, send them a message, let them know why it is you want to connect, bring some value, have something to give, to share, offer your time. Again, we're all entrepreneurs here, so I would love nothing more than to receive emails that say, hey, I love what you're doing, how can I help you grow, right? And that's going to be the ultimate when it comes to how we show appreciation to one another. And I think that is the best currency that you can have is that appreciation, those relationships. So we ready for you?
Let's do it.
Joep van Leijsen.
Still getting it wrong. What's going on? And we're back here at the Music Entrepreneur Conference. Man, we have a couple of special guys, a couple of special guests. We've already had separate conversations. We had incredible conversations. Well, obviously, you guys know about One Way Ticket by now, and Jay Glaze, incredible producer. But when we talked, soon you'll see Joep. Actually, we did an incredible thing together. We learned about how he is transforming the way that artists can interact with their websites, how, you know, artists can actually finally utilize the website. Because remember, what we were talking about, the narrative that everybody's thinking, like, oh, you know, you don't need websites anymore, you know, that's so outdated, blah, blah, blah. And we all know that's a lie, you know? So you don't own any data when you do that. So the way that you explain things is amazing. I loved it. It was an incredible session. But we figured, what better thing to do than to actually bring in artists that is thriving and doing incredible things, then, you know, obviously One Way Ticket, and then bring you guys together so you guys can have a session and just show us your process, show us your thinking, show us the way you put things together, and then this way people can see someone actually going through their process and see how that can apply. And more importantly, get excited and contact you, right? Want to contact you to do it the proper way. So with that being said, I'll leave it to you guys. I'm going to take a look here in the computer so I can see how you do your magic.
Sweet. Well, first of all, nice to meet you, Josh, and great music. I've heard the music. It sounds terrific. So yeah, great job on that. I've been I had a little look at your website, and yeah, I'm gonna try and put that on the screen so everyone can see it, so we can walk through it. That should be it now. Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Wait. Right. So here we are with a one-way ticket website. And Josh, if I'm gonna touch on some points, and I would love to hear your thoughts as well, because obviously you're an artist. You're not a web developer or web designer, so I would love to hear your artist perspective as well. And first of all, obviously this is my opinion. This is from years of experience with building websites, designing websites. But there's no one opinion. So yeah. Definitely let me know if you feel different about one.
Yeah. By the way, just so you guys know, I'm pretty much getting out of the way. I'm letting you guys do your magic, so don't mind me if I'm in and out. I'm listening, I'm watching, I'm learning.
Good. All good. So I think we should start with the beginning and say all right, what's the goal of the website, right? I have two points for that. Basically, you collect the how do you say it? You get the attention mostly on either Spotify or socials or whatever, and then what you want to do is you want to direct that traffic, direct those fans to your website. By doing that, you have an opportunity to invite them to your own world, obviously, and to make them as engaged as possible at that current moment in time. So the first goal is basically to never let them leave your website. Once they're there, you are in control as the artist, so you want them to see as many videos, play as many songs, read as much about you as possible, and get to know you better, because the more they know about you, the better connection, the bigger connection, and that leads obviously into more streams in the end, and they would buy a ticket then and bring friends, because they get more excited about you. So excuse me, that's the first thing. The other thing is to collect data, as we already just discussed. Yeah, your website is your own real estate. You definitely want to stay in touch with your fans, and nowadays that's sometimes hard through social media, so you definitely want to capture some info about them, as in an email address. That's the easiest one nowadays. I would also try to convince them to leave their phone number, because there's services popping up that will allow you to text them as well, and another thing you can do is to track them via the Facebook pixel. If you hear this, George, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, everything so far is making sense. I'm taking notes.
You can stop taking notes, because I'm took all the notes. I'm going to send them to you afterwards.
Okay, great.
So yeah, man. Let's dive into this together. But yeah, if that makes sense, then I would say from your socials, every time you have an opportunity to guide people through your website, yeah, please do it. Obviously, it's not always the best case, but yeah, when you have the opportunity, please do so, because your website will stick with you for the next couple of years, and social media platforms come and go. So right, that's point one. That's the goal of your website. First one or the other one is a first impression. So it can be either current fans that visit your website. It can be new people that look you up. It can be anything. So what you want, your first impression has to be all right, what are these guys doing Um, Maybe even why are they doing it, but like especially like what are they doing, right? Like, well, that's from what I see now with the one-way ticket website. This is great because I see you playing the trumpet, and I see you guys being DJs. So that's I think that's great. That photo is good. For most artists, you can say like what kind of genre music they're making from their press photos, which is weird, but like it most like 90% of the times it goes that way, and that's great. So I would always try to use like a press photo somewhere on top, and you guys did that, so that's a good thing. Another thing is the logo. Obviously, lots of people like have a logo for their artist profile kind of thing. Remember that like a face is easier to recognize and easier to remember for people than a shape. So in this case, I might want to drop that logo and not drop it in total, but like make it way smaller and put your faces a bit more in the front, as in like you can see the faces of the people behind the music. Um,
And you would it be what do you think about videos, intro videos, and
Definitely,
that sort of stuff?
definitely. I mean, that's like when after you made like a first impression, you can definitely hop into like a video where you guide people through who you are and what you do. Obviously, music is great as well. Maybe you can make a compilation if you've done some bigger shows, or if you accomplish stuff that you're proud of. Yeah, like maybe create a clip of like 30 seconds and show them like what kind of shows you play. Play some music in that as well.
I see
Yeah,
I see something really cool here, and like for example, I love what you said about lowering obviously the one-way ticket, get it out of the phase. That part is obvious, right? You bring it down. But in the part that says featured on, I'd obviously lower that a bit as well. But this is where I think magic can happen. Because I would lower that whole thing to like just about where your waist is, maybe a little lower. And then what happens is like you see the one-way ticket. I would actually, I know it's gonna sound funny and crazy, but you see your little train, that little circle. I would actually animate that little train and make it a loop. And now you're giving it like a spunk. You're making it pop, you know what I'm saying, making it a little bit 3D, and he's just staying there underneath. Just again, I'm a content maker, so just know like there's little things that you can do to make that really come out, you know.
Yeah, I like that idea. We actually have some Flash animation with the logo already made, so it shouldn't be too hard to put up.
Yeah. I
The
mean,
little
yeah.
train passing by, woof, and it stops right there, and then it keeps going again.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Cool. Sweet. Yeah, so to finish off the first impression, I think it's important to have like a press shot there with your face on it, and you can use your logo. Don't make it too big, because as I said, like face is way more important than the shape. And the one last thing I want to add to that is like give people like one sentence or two sentences about what makes you as one-way ticket, what makes you unique, right? Like what makes you stand out from the rest. Don't write your full bio there, but just like pick the one or two USPs that makes you the act that you are. Because in this press photo, or like in this photo, it's definitely definitely obvious that you guys are DJs and that you're creating music. But in some press photos, yeah, I don't know, like it doesn't show a guitar or whatever. It doesn't show any music related stuff. So yeah, make sure that you also tell them a little bit about your music, but just really keep it short, and brief. One
Don't start with I started doing music when I was 4 years old.
Exactly. No, I mean just take that bio and cut
Damn
it.
it, I gotta change mine.
It's the hardest
Talent
part.
show in the 5th grade.
Exactly. Don't do that. Don't bore people with that. But like people want to, at first glance, they should know what kind of website am I looking at and what kind of artist is this. Right. So then the next thing is like treat your website or treat your homepage as like an entry point into everything you have. Like that goes from videos to music to like any other content that you might have. I don't think there's any other content. Let me quickly check. Yeah, there's a bio, but other than that, yeah, for most artists it would be music videos or live performances as well.
Do you have any video in there at all?
There is some.
Talking about your why or your interview or anything like that, or no?
Let me see what videos we have here. I haven't even checked.
Let's quickly go over that.
Not much behind the scenes videos, just
These are
performances and music videos mostly.
Yeah, well, to be honest, like performances are great stuff to show because people having a good time. It's great to see people having a good time, right? So if I come see your website and I see people dancing to your music, well, I wanna be there too, right? So next time I'm gonna follow you, and next time you play, I'll be there. So I think like to come back to what Jalen just said is like, yeah, maybe like cut a short video of like 30 seconds, like not too much longer than that. Make it the intro.
Yeah.
Show them the highlights of the gigs that you did, and like the more excited the crowd goes, the better, because people are gonna click on that and see like, hey, straight away they hear your music, they see what you like. Well, boom, that's it.
Yeah. It's consistent with anyone that's doing branding, marketing, and anything creative for artists globally. I mean, a lot of the times also in that video, yes, short video, but also, make sure that you include, I know it sounds, again, a lot of people talk about this, but it's really a purpose. When you have a purpose nowadays, people care about that kind of stuff, like why you do the music is one thing, but like, yeah, I started doing music because of this and this and that, and really enjoying that, but tie it into something that you care about, that leads people to want to come back and be a part of. The point is, you want to drive people to want to be a part of your digital footprint, to want to follow it. So what interesting things other than the music? Because then if it's just music, I'll just wait for you to drop another song whenever that happens, however that happens. Otherwise, I'm not going to keep coming back to you. But if I know that there's more to it, I'm going to care.
Yeah. I think we've I think I found the video already. I think this is great stuff. It's a good beginning. You hear the sound, you hear the vibe. You see you guys, you see the shows. I think we should put this video way on top, just here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be like a little harsh here, but like, what made you think that like a fan wants to see like on what kind of labels and what kind of who's supporting you and all that stuff? From my point of view, like fans are just they want to know about you as an artist, and they want to know about the music, and like how many plays you have, all that stuff, whatever. It's probably less appealing to them because they don't get anything with that, right? If you can make
that makes sense. I guess our thinking was that the website would be more for industry folks, like blogs and labels. So when we're blasting our stuff out, they can see some of what we've done.
Yeah.
But I do agree that it would bore fans. So there's probably a sweet spot to be found.
So yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense. So yeah, this stuff is great for industry professionals, and to be honest, I see it with a lot of artists. That's one of the points I'm going to touch. Like, don't don't mix up like industry people with fans, right? I think your website should be fan first, because it's all about the fans in the end anyway. They're gonna pay your tickets, they're gonna stream your music. But yeah, you definitely need the industry people, and therefore you can like create it like a separate page, being in a press kit or whatever, where you show this kind of stuff, and just if
But you, yeah,
yeah, go
I
for
think
it.
you hit it on the nail. I think that what you're saying is on point because at the end of the day, if you focus on the fans, the industry people will come. So it doesn't matter if it's fan first, then the industry people have no choice because it's called undeniable. Once you become undeniable because of the fans, they have no choice but to accept and want to work with you. Same thing with brands. We deal with brands. Brands want to see, even if you have 27 fans, guess what? Those 27 fans are super fans. They're like involved. They want to do and be, hear everything you're doing. And I think that that's the difference. Once you have like super fans and they see that, and I think you guys pretty much are that's what you're creating, a lot of super fans. So it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would create like a separate page that maybe doesn't even is in the menu here, right? Like just say like one with tickets slash press kit or whatever. I have that with the Roadie platform as well. People get like a little press room with press releases and press kits. But that's not for the fan because like the fan just wants to hear the music and wants to get to know
See
you
us.
better. Exactly, and obviously they're excited for you when you play a big gig, but many fans don't even know what a million play means. What does that mean? I don't know. Like I
Why
listen
would
to
they
many.
care about it?
Exactly. What
Yeah.
I mean, sure if you hit like a big festival, whatever, definitely share that on your socials, and definitely show like a video, like a compilation video afterwards or something like that. That's super cool. And they probably very happy for you, especially if they're big fans. But like other than that, they don't care too much, right? Like it's what's in for them, and your music makes them feel good. That's what that's what's in for them, and all the other things, they don't care too much. So let's touch on that point a bit more later on when we go see the videos or music page.
And I'd say that it's less that they don't care. It's really more like they don't have the attention span.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, big fans like definitely they will follow you everywhere and like they want to know when you're on the next show on TV or whatever. But like yeah, in general, people listen to music, wanna have a good time at your show, and that's the majority of people. So right. So
To
the
your
next
point, it
point,
might actually
yeah,
take
go for it.
away, now that I think about it, because people like things to be special to them, and if we have so many plays, it almost dilutes the specialness of them finding us or something. So I think you're
Yeah,
definitely right.
yeah. It just doesn't, it might not even say anything to them, right? What's a million plays? I don't know. Like
Right.
Ed Sheeran has like a quadruple trillion plays. You know what?
Right.
There's so many other musicians obviously having a million plays, so it doesn't make you stand out. What actually
Right.
makes you stand out is your music and your personality. So yeah, go deep on that, right? Like use that real estate to tell them something about yourself, or yeah, in a short and brief way, because what Jalen says, like the attention span nowadays is just like a couple seconds, and if you don't
Right.
capture them, then they're gone. Right. So let's go to the next point, which is keep the focus on your visitors. It's like um, here we go, like on top, we have like a menu bar, which is great. But you finally got them to your website. What you're doing now is like you make them click away to another platform where you're not in control anymore. And probably they already got here from either Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. So they're probably already following you, because coming to a website is more like a next step than an earlier step. So what I would do is like, sure, you can keep these links, but put them in the footer, like put them here all the way down. So if people see everything, or have seen everything in terms of content that you want to present to them, and they still can get enough, well, they click to one of your socials and maybe explore some more there. But yeah, try to keep their attention as long as possible on your website. Another one, what you can do nowadays, not sure if that is gonna pop up. Do you guys still see my screen?
Yes.
Do you guys see the other website or not?
Yeah.
Adam Barnes.
That makes that makes sense. So what you can do nowadays is like embed these kind of buttons where people can click on it, and then they will like your Facebook page or follow you on Spotify straight away. So what this prevents is that you link them out to a Facebook page where they see that they just got a message from their mom, which they had to answer straight away, and they forgot to like your page. And also their focus is lost, so they're not back on your website anymore. So what I would advise you guys to do is like put it somewhere. It can be in the bottom or can be on the top. I chose to have it on the top with the roadie websites, but that doesn't matter too much.
Can I see that Adam Barnes? What's the link, just so I can pull it up here? I think it's a great reference.
It's adambarnesmusic.com.
AdamBarnesMusic.com. Cool.
Yeah. So, and this is also a little about what I spoke about. Like, right. So this is a first impression. Logo, 2 sentences, or one. First impression, and also like a first impression in terms of like a video. So,
all right, let's get into it. Joep, I'm so happy that you were able to go through all of that specifically with One Way Ticket. I want to hear in the chat, what are your biggest takeaways from that lesson so far?
I mean,
what were the things? Mm-hmm.
I just want to let you know, again, I know that I remind you every time, but there's going to be the full video where you're going to see, or you're going to be able to explore the whole thing, and it's just amazing, because this is when things get juicy, right? He really gets into it, and he really breaks down all the things that, not just that he did wrong, but more importantly, what he did right as well, and where he can enhance what the possibilities of what he's already got. So.
No, it's so exciting, and I see VPR Radio here. What do you think about automating questions and comments? Well, can't even talk today. Via Facebook Messenger for when a fan or potential client sends a message. So I think you're talking about the chat bot, which I am a huge fan of. Haven't set up a lot of them myself, but definitely I've read a ton of articles and work with a lot of people who use them quite a bit. And it's nice, right? I know in retail and different things, e-commerce, they use them a lot, because you can literally go in the chat bot and you can ask questions, about a particular item, and they have those automated responses. So it could be the same thing, maybe in your chat, that I were to ask you, hey, what was the inspiration behind blah, blah, blah song? That you could create some auto responses. Hey, where can I follow your next live stream? Things like that. So I think that would be, something really good to focus on. And maybe we'll work on getting someone who can specifically talk about that and really come on. Tara may have some information on using that, since she's going to be going more over the Facebook and Instagram.
But now, question, could you imagine now that you're going to start getting your email list together, right? Your data is going to start coming to your website. Could you imagine that combined with the analytics and everything you're learning from Tara, right?
Yeah.
Combined with all the content tips that you're getting and all the different possibilities. I think this is a moneymaker. And again, focus on, this is just our personal opinion right now, focus on 1,000 fans.
Yeah. definitely.
What happens if 1,000 fans give you $8.33 a month?
You're gonna make $100,000. Oh yeah, that's where we want to be. I'm excited about that.
Whoa.
And I think also, again, this isn't my area of expertise. I know that it's very important, is always having the Facebook pixel connected on your site and integrated. So then when you go to send out those ads and you start really, promoting that media, you drop new videos, it's going to connect with those people who have registered on your site first. So really important. Let's get into the next conversation. Jalen was really excited about this one. Who is this guy? And why are you so excited, or why were you so excited to reconnect with him and have this conversation?
Well, first of all, can we just talk for a second about what is happening with Latin music? Oh, wait, we've been talking about it this weekend.
We have been talking about it. And you've been talking about it for about a decade. If only when we got together and we started building World Artists United, Jalen was saying, it's coming. He was like shouting from the rooftops to investors, and oh man, it was so frustrating actually that people didn't get it. But Jalen obviously has been touring the world with all this Latin music for so long. So
it's pretty sad. I'll tell you guys.
And he's a pioneer. I mean, just gotta say.
A super quick, crazy story. But I mean, I had a friend of mine back in early 2010s that approached me about this artist that he was working with at the time. And he was like, yo, I'm managing this. I moved to Colombia and I'm managing this artist. I'm working with him, blah, blah, blah. I want you to work with him, this and that. I see you going to Hollywood and making some money over there, like putting some people together. Let's get this record label. Let's sign this dude, blah, 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 and whatever. That guy was J Balvin. Nobody paid attention to me when I was trying to get this money.
We had started that already.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
When I was, we were trying to get this money to just close in, call our friend, who was managing or working with. I don't know if he was managing at the time, but he was definitely working with J Balvin. And yeah, that was just the beginning of a few close calls where they should have been. That would have been so great.
Yeah, that would have been great. Hey, I want to address a quick comment here, and I'm looking up a website. I think this is it. I'm going to share it with y'all. I see Tolu talking about, what do you think about offering free song download if they sign your email list? And that's a great idea. Yes, music is free, but it's always, people are I think it just adds something, a little special. Can do this also for content. Could be special behind the scenes videos, doesn't necessarily have to be the music. Maybe it's a secret song that you aren't putting on streaming. That's a great way to say, hey, this is only for people who are on my mailing list, who are on my VIP list. And you can use a website called Noise Trade. So Noise Trade allows you to do that. Helps both artists and labels connect directly with fans through the exchange of email addresses and postal codes. So you also get the location aspect of that as well.
Very important.
So yeah, we actually know the founder. We met him a few years back, and always been something that I thought was super cool. I mean, it's not everything, but it's something added that helps.
Do this. Take a moment right now. If you're watching, take a moment. Copy paste the link on the YouTube and send it out to your friends right now, because the next couple of people, trust me, you're gonna want to have some of your friends that you want to work with. I mean, here's the thing: if you are watching this right now and you're trying to build a team, they should be watching this with you. So you should be sending it. Each one of you should have at least 3 people with you right now, watching from wherever they're at, because it's like, yo, I need you to watch this because I need to educate you, because you know what? I'm not going to be knowing all this knowledge and shit. Sorry, I had to say it. It's just, Anyway, but you have to, because at the end of the day, you got to get this done. So back to the Latin music. So Julio Bague is the VP of the Latin division here on the East Coast for Peermusic, and I hope you did go and Google Peermusic, which is the largest independent publishing company in the planet.
They're legendary,
right?
yes.
At least this side of the Milky Way, at least, minimum. But anyway, so go ahead and check it out. Peermusic, once again. You have to pay attention to what is happening. Hold one second.
So as you're doing that, just wanted to say, ask 2 questions. I did send another email now, so can you check, see if you received that? And also I sent a notification from Hio, so just want to make sure that you are a part of our community. Now the main lounge we extended till about, I think, Wednesday night. So we're going to be sending those push notifications. We're going to be hopping on this event over the next couple of days. So you're definitely going to want to stay up to date on that. And then as we launch content and things, we'll communicate with you that way. And also get on there and network. We were so blown away by some of the cool features that we noticed this morning, just about how to connect with individual people. You can book a meeting right there. Some of you probably received a meeting invite. So definitely send one to me. I'd love to connect. I know Jalen would as well. You can direct message us. You can set a reminder to connect with people later. So I'm really enjoying a lot of the features of the app and what we can do in the community. If you want to set up your own forum, go into the forum, put the topic that you want everyone to talk about, and let's get in there. Ask questions if you have questions for our speakers.
Let's get it popping.
Let's do that. So yeah, that's what I had to say for now. How we doing?
Great. So I guess the last thing that I just add a little bit more about Irene. See, think about it. Irene, we've told you about Oleg Communications, PR, right, for Latin media.
And I've seen her in the chat. I've seen her on our Instagram. Yeah.
Irene. Mauro Catalini yesterday. So if you want to go on tour in Europe and Latin America, this is the guy. And 3, now we're about to connect you with the guy that will collect all of your money. And that is what a publishing company is in charge of.
Because did you know there's about 9,000 different streams of income around the world when your music is out there as far as publishing goes. So it's kind of complicated. Hopefully at some point our technology will solve a lot of that problem, so it'll interconnect all the platforms and scoop up all that information. But at the moment, it's really important. If you can get a powerhouse publishing company, it's the right time for that. You really want to look into that.
They don't teach that. How come? That's what I want to know. They don't teach that.
Well, now we've got these publishing companies who can help us out. Yeah. I think Julio will come back, whatever we ask him to do, drop some more knowledge and really give us some strategy. Maybe he's got some step-by-step worksheets or something like that we could pull out of his brain and put on paper for everyone.
Yes. All right, well, you know what you should be doing? Do me a favor real quick. Tell them a little bit about your connection, key place for you to start your media outreach. If you want to connect and collaborate with Latin artists, she's a great component, and obviously Peermusic. So give her the IG. Find the IG on there.
Mm-hmm. Well, better yet, we've got her website, and you go on there and get signed up to her newsletter. No, she just told me that
her website, she's launching a new site.
Okay.
So she wants to focus on the IG. So that part is...
So send her a DM. Let's see.
Yeah.
Ole.
She's dope. She's incredible.
All right. We're going to put it in here. Ole. Comunic. That's
Communication.
There we go. So hopefully you can see our approach, the global kind of community that we've been creating, that we've been getting out there, meeting so many people over so many years, and bringing that all together, harnessing the power of that network. Again, our network is our net worth, so we got to keep building that. I'm gonna keep encouraging you to get on LinkedIn and keep that 2-a-day kind of consistency, right? I was thinking about this last night too. I forget whose conversation it was that we were having, But I remember seeing a post in the chat about someone saying, oh, okay, so music is a 9 to 5 job, right? And definitely, if you want to do it at that level, that you want to be making a couple $100,000, you have to treat it like a full-time commitment. And I just thought, instead of 9 to 5, it's not necessarily that. You can accomplish a lot, especially if you're very focused and narrow in on exactly that 20% of your actions that's really producing the most results. And so it's really about consistency. It's not about working all the time. None of us want to do that. That's why we're entrepreneurs and independent, because we want to sleep in. I don't set any meetings really until 11 o'clock. I don't want to get up and work at 9.
Yeah, I'm not trying to clock in for somebody else's dream.
Yeah, maybe I do some of my own things. I might catch up on some work sometimes, but I like to have a good 3 hours in the morning that I can work out, meditate, read, have time to make myself something healthy to eat, get some water, and just chill out, listen to some music, do that kind of thing, and then jump into it. So there's a lot of different ways that we can do it, but the key is just the consistency, consistently creating content, and whatever that pace is that's your pace. It's all right? We run at different paces, so we're going to grow at different paces. We're going to work at different paces, and if you were with us at MEcon last year, you got to hear from Julio, our Met, and she talks about these 7 different levels of energy, basically, that we all have, and there's an optimal level for each one of us. And it's really knowing how to keep ourselves or get ourselves into those different zones. Sometimes we have those zones where we can just be really organized. We're going to work in the planner. We're going to do that. Sometimes we have those really creative moments where this is where we're innovating. We're in our flow, and we're creative. And so there's those energies. And then using Suze's system on top of that to really kind of time block to get yourself, figure out when you're in certain energies and when you're not, right?
We're ready.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So here is Julio, Bague, Peermusic. Thank you. Nigel, thank you as well. We had the pleasure of meeting the president of the company, Nigel, in London about a year and a half ago. And he was just so awesome. So thank you, Peermusic.
Without further ado, my man Julio Bague. Wow, it's such an honor to have you here. Again, it's been we met quite a bit ago now, but you've been doing so many amazing things, and what most people that are not in the Latin world wouldn't know is that you're not just a suit, you're actually a producer, and you produce hits, So that's the part that is really intriguing, that you came into this whole new world of publishing and how you came into it. I think that's extremely magical. It's important for people to know that it could happen. You could be at the kind of level that you are as a producer, as well as be an executive in the Latin industry and do the things that you're doing. So before I mangle it and mess it all up, I'd love for you to tell us a little background on yourself so that they can understand. Yes, you are a major VP of the whole Latin division, the East Coast division of Peermusic, but I think that there's so much more that you do, and I want you to talk to us about it.
Well, no, thank you for inviting me to be on the show. I think it's great, everything that you guys are doing with the conference and everything. So I just wanted to say that. And
thank you.
But I started off, I went to Frost School of Music over at the University of Miami. Did my master's in music there as well. And I started off as like a musician, I was a touring musician, toured the world, playing with different acts, and but then I figured out that touring wasn't for me, so I got more into the studio, and I met up with Alejandro Jaén, famous songwriter and music producer, and worked with him on many different projects, from MDO to Miguel Vecino, all that stuff back in the 90s.
Classics,
exactly. And working with him and with all the peeps there over at his company, and I learned also the business part of it, and I learned what pitching songs what pitching songs was all about, what publishing contracts were about, the percentages, the splits. They would send me off and to, let's say, to Puerto Rico and try to play songs on different projects, and I met all the A&Rs down there, and And at the same time while I was doing that, I was doing arrangements, I was doing production for their
Wow.
artists, I was getting the laundry. I mean, I was just doing just about everything.
But you know what? I gotta say, we gotta give them, we gotta commend them for that, right? Because a lot of times, people at those positions are never that open, right? They don't really to the ropes, and you got a good mentor, right? You,
Really,
you
really good
yeah.
mentor, and I really appreciate it, and so much so that now he's my writer at Peermusic, and
Wow.
together now. So yeah, so it's funny how great relationships really extend, and
Yeah.
that's something that we touch on too later, how important relationships are. But consequent to that, I started working at Peermusic in 2000, and I think Peermusic was looking for someone that knew they had already plans to build a studio and use that as a tool, for their business, and they wanted somebody that knew how to do that and at the same time knew the business. And so the whole thing just kind of like they came up to me, and I thought it was a great opportunity. I've never been a person that says, hey, you know what, in 10 years I'm going to be doing this. I'm more like, I see different opportunities that come my way, and then I decide which opportunities I want to take. And I say, hey, well, this is interesting. Let me see where this takes me. And that's taken me from being a touring musician to being a producer to being an executive, and it's really been like, I think, an adventure. But I've been at Peermusic now for 20 years.
Wow.
You know,
Unbelievable.
yeah. So and that 2020, here I am today.
That's incredible. But here's the incredible thing. You're running the office there in now in Peermusic. You're the guy you're the boss. So that's amazing. So when you came in, who was there and how was that, how did you learn? What was your process like? Because it's incredible to see someone that came from where you came from, as far as, you were a musician, a touring musician at that. And then to really come into that business, learn what you learn, and then work your way up to be, I mean, listen, everyone talks. I was in London when I found out about you, and the people that in London, Nigel, our good friend in London, that told me, no, you got to meet Julio. That's the person you got to meet, And then, of course, what a small world. My PR, my publicist and friend, Irene Lopez, she's the one that finally put us together. So that's pretty interesting too.
Absolutely. Well, it just so happens that when I started with Peermusic back in 2000, we had what we call a world group meeting, and every single head of every office from around the world came together. We met in Sedona, Arizona, which is a beautiful
Oh
place.
my gosh, I love Sedona.
Yeah, and I remember meeting everyone, and that is where I met Nigel. Just so you know.
Wow.
At that conference in Sedona, Arizona, which is also the place where I met Ralph Peer as well. It was
wow. So you got to meet Ralph Peer.
Yeah. I got Ralph Peer the second, who's the current,
The son.
company, and just an amazing person, to meet, I've just, the great thing about Peermusic is that there's so many people that are there, and obviously, the person who I would say that is my mentor as far as music publishing is concerned, Kathy Spanberger. From the get-go, every time I think I speak to her, I learn something new.
Wow, that says a lot, and it's interesting because Ralph is what, the third generation now or so?
He's second generation.
He's second generation. Okay.
Is Megan Peer, who's also a fantastic executive, and
Right.
and she's been doing some great things recently. I don't know if you saw that we've now gotten into neighboring rights, and
Yeah, that's incredible.
We purchased 3 companies,
Yeah.
one in Amsterdam, one in Paris, one in Montreal. We put them together, and it's now called Peermusic Neighboring Rights, and we are the largest independent neighboring rights company in the world now. All of a sudden, and now it's all spearheaded by Mary Megan Peer. So, it's great to
Brilliant.
It's great to have leaders that are visionary and that are really taking the company to new places. So definitely, I'm very happy working at Peermusic.
Yeah, that's incredible. And again, going back to Nigel, the interesting thing about him is, like, first of all, your company as a whole, every interaction I've ever had with your company, with whoever, whether it was an executive or someone working in the studios, or it doesn't matter, a writer, it's always been incredible. I think you guys have an incredible culture in the company, and I think that that says a lot also about the leadership of the company. Because when I was in London, Nigel was incredibly welcoming, and he took us into his office, gave us incredible pointers, and obviously, facilitated meetings for myself with you in LA as well, with the leadership in LA. So, I have to commend you guys for that, because one thing that we talk about here at the conference is team building, and we talk about leadership and positive leadership at that. So tell me a little bit about that. What's it like to work with your peers, and how do you guys keep that kind of environment going?
Well, it's you know what it's obviously it's I think you nailed it when you said when you talk about the culture of the company. There is definitely a particular culture. It's a privately owned company. So when you have a privately owned company, I guess what's happened is that we work as if we were a small company, even though we're in 30 countries. So we're in 30 countries, but it feels like we're working in a small country, in a small company, and we're in constant communication with each other. Like
Wow.
I can write an email or get on the phone with just about anyone in the company at any given time, and they'll be there to answer my question, to help, and vice versa. And we're very very close knitted. So it's not like these other companies that say that have a Latin division, have a pop division, and they don't know each other. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Oh my God, that is so true.
You know? So
It is so true, and it's so true, and I'm not gonna name any companies, but I've been involved. I've been with one of those companies where they don't even know how to contact their same peer in the same position in the other division. So that's pretty interesting that you say that, and that also says a lot about how you guys treat the artists. So, how is your relationship in the studio there that you run as part of your division there in Miami? So,
well, one thing that's important is I think that just like to give it steps, we're
yeah,
not after market share. Let's start there. So we're not trying to sign every little thing that's out there. So because of that, we have a lean and mean roster. And that roster, we pick exactly who we want to work with. So, well, I want to work with this writer, with this producer, with this artist, with this select group of people. And that way I can closely work with them. I can get my hands dirty, and I can
wow,
work them on a personal level and deal with their issues on a day-to-day basis. But I can only do that because I keep that roster small, as we all do. And I think that's one thing that separates us with other companies is that personal relationship that we have with our writers. That same personal relationship that we have with each other as colleagues in the company, we also have with our writers and with our roster. So I think that's
I
something.
love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. And now that you're, tell us a little bit about your day to day and the kind of things that you do as an executive. What are the things that you're, perhaps you don't have to tell me the new secrets of the new things you're coming out with, but just tell me a little bit about, what are some of the things you guys are doing now, especially in this COVID paradigm, right? Because I think that a lot changed since COVID happened. So, what are some of your day-to-day activities, and what are you guys doing to help the independent artists?
Well, what happens is obviously with COVID, there've been a lot of one of the things that I do a lot is I put together writers to collaborate, whether they're writers within my roster or writers from other publishers or artists, etc. So we do that a lot. Collaborations are important, and obviously with COVID, it was hard because everyone was trying to do it at first via Skype and via
Yeah.
Zoom and all this kind of stuff, which to me doesn't really work, especially if you're just starting to meet somebody. So in June, we already started working. We opened up, and that's why we have the studio. We have the studio, which is a state-of-the-art recording facility. I mean, you can do albums there. You can master, you can mix, you can record.
Yeah.
And at the same
From
time,
pencil to streaming. Let's just call it that.
from pencil to streaming. I like that.
I just coined it, people. Right now, write it down, use it, put it on a T-shirt. Give me credit.
That's what we do. So yeah. So basically, in June, I started putting people together. Obviously, we have protocols, and everyone wears the mask. And there's only now a certain number of writers that can be in a room, or recording sessions. And but by doing that, people have been excited. They've come down. Everyone's wearing the mask. Everyone's socially distanced, but they're writing. They're making music, and we're making music for a purpose. I mean, the other day I had SM at the Korean company, the K-pop company, saying to me, "Hey, we like some songs because we want to do collaborations with Latin artists. And we already have some Latin artists." And so I got guys together to do Latin music that could work in the K-pop world, and the SM people, they sent me some top liners, and I had them work with some of my writer producers, and we came up with some tracks. So it's those kind of things that I do a lot, on a day-to-day basis on the creative side of things, on the publishing side.
First of all, I love that you said that. And I'm going to throw that out there, even though I probably shouldn't even say it, but I will, because, I'm getting excited now. This is fantastic. So here's one thing. If I told you that we are secretly, obviously, after this, it won't be too much of a secret, but we are working on a major project. It's fully funded, so obviously we don't need funding from anybody to get it done. But we are working with a ex-Bollywood star, so someone that sold millions of records in India. So you know what that means. When you sell a lot of records there, that's a whole nother level of numbers, right? In India.
No doubt.
And we want to do an incredible collaboration with some major Latin superstars. And that's our gig right now. We want to do that. We do have a couple of people in mind. But hey, I'm going to throw it out there to you because maybe one of those songs can be a collaboration with you and your guys. So why not?
Why not? That sounds good. And that's kind of like the same kind of idea. So yeah, so great minds think alike.
Exactly. So it's very exciting stuff. Obviously, who wouldn't want to be a part of the the India market? That Indian market is ginormous. Southeast Asia as a whole is ginormous. I don't know if you were there. You probably were, because you probably fly all over the world for conferences and stuff like that. But at last year's Matters Music in Singapore, were you there?
No, I wasn't at that one.
Okay, so I was there last year, and obviously, we met a bunch of people that we're collaborating with. But what people don't know, if you're watching this right now, is that, oh my God, the Philippines, what a huge market that is. Obviously India is a huge market. There's like all these little niche little markets, right? And if you get to learn and meet the DJs from those areas and collaborations from those areas with artists from those areas, along with our, first of all, in our case, our Latin artists, or if you're a hip hop or pop artist from here, from the US, those are incredible markets that you can open up a ginormous fan base. And, a lot of times you can create super fans from these fans. So remember, I keep preaching, guys, you're too involved in trying to get followers. Forget the followers. You need the super fans. So it doesn't matter if you got, 25,000 followers if they're not spending money. Conversions is what this is about, and this is what we're going to talk about every single time. So going back to this.
Exactly. It's not about the number of followers, but what kind of followers do you have,
Exactly.
That's the thing.
And that's what we do here. So I'm excited. Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm excited actually to hear because, we as a company, we do a lot of business in Asia. We go to Singapore, we go to Japan, we go to Korea, we go to a lot of different places. And so anything, obviously, that wherever we can bring value now that we're really getting to merge and talk with each other about possible stuff. But more importantly, if you're watching and you want to collaborate and you want to figure out a way to bring value to us or how we can bring value to you, or you have obviously questions for Julio, I'm sure 1,000 of you are going to have questions. Make sure you comment below, let us know, and we're going to make sure that we pass those along. So, let's talk a little bit more about this new transition that is happening with COVID. I know that you said that you guys opened the studio, this and that. Are there any major plans? How are you guys collaborating with the releases now? How is that part happening now that you're creating a lot of content? Is there a new system?
there's a tremendous amount of releases coming out. It's amazing. I have a lot of I have a lot of artists that are on my roster, and they're just coming out with material left and right. It's amazing. I'll go it. Just did a track with Don Omar and Juan Magan that came out with a beautiful video. I have Christian Pagan with Raquel Sofia coming out. I got De La Ghetto with Mikey Towers coming out with Tokyo. Great track that came out. It's like one thing after the next, and so I'm really really super happy. And a lot of these artists, like I said, they're not touring, so they're like, let's record, let's put out stuff, and I'm all for
Yeah.
it.
And since these are your artists, I want to make sure that I get links so I can put them below and people can check them out, because that's the idea.
Absolutely. Yeah, feel free to put any of those links up. That'd be great. It's great.
Yeah, for sure. I want to go back to one thing though. I want you in a nutshell to really explain to people what Peermusic is. And how you guys differentiate yourselves from the other publishing companies out there. Listen, other publishing companies are great, but obviously Peermusic, this is a special kind of animal. Let's just call it that. Let's call it what it is. You guys, as an independent company, have been doing so much for so long for artists. And I kind of like want to take them back there so you can kind of explain to them from your perspective why Peermusic is important for our business.
Well, Peermusic, as you know, it's a music publishing company. That's our core business, and it pretty much. I don't think music publishing would be what it is today without our founder Ralph S. Peer, who he back when the mechanical royalty came out, the mechanical royalty was 2 cents, and then he just looked at his writer. He goes, "Well, I'll tell you what, I'll administer your publishing, and we'll split the 2 cents. I'll keep a penny, and you keep a penny." And that's, how the whole 50-50 split happened, as far as writer share and publisher share and how that gets all split up. But what we do is, we administer these copyrights on behalf of our writers. And the reason why we're in 30 countries is because, Peermusic has invested, and it's not cheap, has invested in having this global footprint.
Infrastructure
In order for us to be able to collect the royalties as best as possible in each country for all our writers. And that's why we're in the 30 countries. And you won't see any other publisher with that kind of footprint.
Incredible.
We even administer for other publishers, and then obviously we want to give value to the copyrights that we control, which is why you have guys like me who are constantly trying to put our writers in situations, getting them placed, if they're artists, getting their albums placed with labels and released, and making sure that, the songs keep garnering value so that we can collect those royalties around the world. So that's
incredible.
How we look at it.
I love it. Incredible. That means you guys keep working so that, guess what? If you guys don't work, you guys don't get paid. So that means you're putting in the work so that artists can eat from their dream. I love that. So a couple more things. Placements. Wow, it's such a crazy thing right now, right? Syncing and licensing, is it right now. Everyone, especially because of what's happening, the more that we give people a little bit more about how to get it done properly. What are some of the things that people should be doing right now to create better placement opportunities, and where should they look?
Yeah, well, that's a good question, especially with COVID, because we thought when the whole quarantine started, we thought that productions were gonna obviously production stopped, but we thought that was gonna stop projects from seeking licenses for songs. So
yeah.
Okay, so you know what? I think maybe our fourth quarter is not going to be as good this year because we're not placing songs now in productions because there are no productions. But it turns out that I don't know what it is, but we have been getting requests and we have been securing licenses left and right all year long. It's been an actual year for us as far as sync is concerned. And
amazing.
And a lot of that is because we have not stopped pitching. we look for projects that are out there. We have the relationships. Our in Los Angeles, we have a great sync department. They, have great relationships with the music supervisors that are on top of all the different projects, right, that are happening, and we're able to make the placements that we need to really move forward. And again, give our writers, especially the ones that are artists, business in a time when they're not touring and they're not making money on that side. So
I love that.
been really important for us.
I love that. I love that. And let me ask you this. So if someone's watching right now and they think they got what it takes, including, a nice little background of a catalog, great songs, they've got a streaming, they got quite a few listeners online. Let's say they got 50,000, 100,000 listeners, right? And things are moving forward. What is it? What are some of the things that you guys look for in order for you guys? Because I know how picky Peermusic is, first of all. So, in order for you guys, what are some of the things that you look for so that you can say, you know what, I love that artist, that songwriter, producer, whatever. And I think that they would work well with our catalog and our company and our culture.
That's a really, really good question, because obviously, like I said, we're lean and mean. We keep a small roster, and for us, obviously, we have to believe in the music. Let's start there. The music's got to catch my attention. I have to I have to really feel the music that person's making, and at the same time, I have to see that music is getting, it's getting heard.
Traction.
It's it has traction. It's going places. And the third thing is I have to make sure that I can work with that person.
Just about. Okay. So what'd you think about that? What are you thinking about the publishing game? How's your publishing game going? What questions do you have? What things can we answer? Don't know if you guys know about Songtradr, but our good friend Joe Conyers is the co-founder and president of Downtown, and Songtradr is one of their companies. Really great, kind of DIY type publishing company. But they have all sorts of information on their site. They've got a great newsletter as well if you want to get some more information about that. Certainly if you want to try to set up, a meeting with someone like Julio, what do you have to have in place? What are you trying to get? Are you trying to find a publishing company? And yeah, let us know.
Peermusic is an incredible company. I think that you should, if you think you got what it takes, why not? Send actually Ole Communications, find them on IG. I don't know if she's been posting on her social media. Can you post her social media on there?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so post it again. Ole Communication. If you have any questions where you want to reach out to Julio for any questions, or you want to submit a song, or you think you got what it takes to be an artist for Peermusic.
Maybe we can get him to sign up on Hio so people can direct message him only from the community.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's a very busy guy, so you might want to first reach out to Irene. I think that would probably be the best suggestion that I give you, because he gets bombarded by all kinds of people. And I think that if you send an email, I don't know if you'll get an email back, but if you communicate with Irene, then she can obviously, listen, it's called due diligence, right? She's got to check you out. She's got to know what you're doing, how you're doing, what it is you're contacting him about.
Oh, nice. And she just put her email in the chat, too.
Okay, awesome.
So everyone get there.
Yeah, and that's the idea. Contact, because, again, follow up. Follow up. I can't stress to you enough what that means. Follow up. That is extremely important. That's all I can say.
Kemi, I saw great info, extremely valuable. What was your favorite part? What has really stuck out to you from these conversations, from that last conversation with Julio? What really got to you? What are you thinking about right now? We want to know.
We're checking out the chat right now. We want you to tell us your comments about publishing. What questions do you have right now? What questions do you have right now? That's what I want to know. In the meantime, I will be getting our next guest back on.
Up.
But I need to know.
Go next?
I need to know.
Jason.
No, I think we have someone on standby.
We got someone on standby.
Yeah,
live.
we've got to send them the link right now. We're gonna send him the link right now, and we're just gonna go right to him right now because he is ready for us. And I need you guys right now to send all your friends an invite. This is a special guest right here. This is someone that you don't want to miss. I just posted about who he is, what he's been doing, who he's been working. We have somebody from the company right now also post a bunch of people that he's worked on. So this is the kind of situation that you don't want to miss. You don't want your friends to miss, because what if you could actually collaborate? You're trying to get put on, right? You're trying to get put on. This is the one person that can make it happen in 3 seconds.
And clearly he's open to helping to develop new talent, right?
Yeah.
And he just signed Camp Nowhere as well. So he's out there, he's looking. What do you got? We want to know. Also, for all those artists out there, we have not asked you yet. I want to see, post a link to your latest or your favorite music video. Have you done a music video? Do you have something, even if it's a lyric video? Post it up here. When we want to take a look, maybe we can even stream it. We can start a channel, of course, on YouTube with all of the artists within the community and all of your work.
Yeah.
So we'd love to have that.
Yes, for sure. For sure.
Let's get it. And if you're wanting to shoot something, you're ready for your next project, again, you'll see this bad boy right behind me. We're ready to go. We even got the fog machine, okay? We got the lights, we got the fog machine, we got the cameras, we got the right lenses. As long as y'all got the right budget, we're ready to go. Just saying.
That's good.
But also we do offer some intern opportunities as well. So if you want to, exchange some time working with the company, we might be able to work something out to help do some content. I know we were really excited. We got the whole analytics of where the music entrepreneur community is, and the top 3 cities were New York, Miami, and Brooklyn. So there's a lot of people in the area that are accessible. We're in East Village, so we're not even that far away, and I'm sure there's some COVID-safe ways that we can, create some content together. So if you're ready to create content, we are ready for you and excited to get going. We're actually, Quasi works with NEVA, the National Independent Venue Association, and he's going to be connecting us so we can start working with them. John Petrocelli works with NEVA as well, so think about it, live stream. And all these venues, that's a conversation we haven't had yet that we were talking about, is all these venues that are closed down right now that aren't able to have live shows.
We got Quasi actually on standby right now. So
nice. So there's all these venues that have, they're empty right now. We can be doing live stream events. We can be doing so much in them. So we're gonna connect with a couple of venues here. Again, load them up with our equipment, and we'll be able to do some shows together. Let me give you this too, so I can hear. Let's see. Hopefully y'all can hear us the same. I know that mic was a little tricky.
Yeah.
Let us know if you can hear okay or if it's sounding like yesterday. Does this one even have a mic on it?
No, but you're...
Oh, but that's catching it too.
Yeah.
All right. What's up, Quaz?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Ooh, that is some hot sound. Right
Day 3.
Hold on, we're just gonna fix your mic real quick. Maybe we can get the sound down. I was just talking a little bit about NEVA.
Can you hear us?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, cool. So anyway, yeah, we were just talking a little bit about Neva. I know we wanted to get them on. Hopefully we can do an interview, do some kind of session with them to really find out, you know, here in New York especially, we've got a lot of the communities in the local area, probably wanting to do some live stream shows and that, and all these venues that are open, we can be setting up, we can be doing some live events, and it would be really great, yeah, to have a conversation with them. What do you think about that, Quasi?
I think that's a great idea. There's a ton of venues that are not being optimized or used really right now all over the country and certainly in New York City. So that's a great idea.
Yeah, all over. And you think, you know, how can we, again, get creative as entrepreneurs to really utilize our network, right? Even your local coffee shop, the laundromat, all these different places, they have a mailing list of, guess what, local people who also aren't able to go to shows.
I want to make sure. Can you hear us in real time, Quasi?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay, cool. It's a little bit of an echo here, but
Anyway, so, yeah, like I was saying, you know, there's a lot of local businesses and that who are looking for other ways to engage with people in the community as well, keep their brand front and center, right? Everything, your nail shop, your barber shop, everybody's hurting. So the more that we can come together and we can really bring that community together around some cool events, people are, you know, are really into that. Plus the live venues themselves, they have a mailing list and a community
wait, hold on.
social
Do you
media.
have the? Hold on 1 second. Do you have the YouTube open? Because I need you to mute
Open, but mute it.
Yeah, mute it.
I'll close it.
Yeah, close it, please. That will be great. Is that better? Talk.
Check 1, check 2, check 1, check 2. Miggity, mic check.
Real quick, people, are you hearing a feedback? I need to know. ASAParoni. Let me see on the chat. Please let us know. I need to know if there's a feedback. Is there a feedback?
A little bit.
Yeah. Talk, Quasi.
Hey guys, this is Kwasi. What's going on?
So tell us a little bit about your people over there at Neva. What are they working on, and how can artists support?
Yeah, well, Neva has taken on a number of initiatives this year. Most importantly, the Save Our Stages bill, which right now is being discussed as part of the, I guess, an upcoming stimulus package, which would be $10 billion that would go to music venues to support their staff. They've also been doing a series of live streams in partnership with Google and YouTube that have raised a few $1 million to support their venues as well. And there's a series of ongoing fundraisers that you'll see coming from their network.
Wow. So this is where politics in the music industry, you know, cross paths, and where we really need the music community to stand up for the, you know, for the independent venues as well, to be able to get some, you know, COVID relief. I know y'all want some COVID relief out there too. There are a number of organizations that are working on that are providing funding. I'm not sure if Jeff mentioned it as well in his presentation, but he created a one sheet that has all the opportunities for artists to be able to get some relief money. So we'll make sure that that's posted up as well. But it's important, you know, to speak up, and we need our venues, we need our independent venues especially to be protected and to stay alive, because the less we do that, the more that we become kind of in the control of some of the bigger event venue owners. Won't name any names, but you know what I mean.
Could you imagine not being able to do live shows as an independent artist?
Don't want to do that.
How do you build your fan base? How do you, you know, connect with your audience? How do you build your audience? You know, virtually is fine, but it's nothing like being able to play a live show.
Right. Have you watched, Quasi, some live stream shows? Any notable ones? Does Neva have a calendar up or something where if people wanted to get in touch, they wanted to do something, they want to collaborate with a venue out there? Do you know how people can go
Maybe
about
on their
that?
site. Let's see. I don't know.
Is it just neva.org?
Neva SSOC.org association. Or I'll put it in the, well,
Yeah, put that in the chat, will you? So get over to there, get to the Save Our Stages. Time is running out to Save Our Stages.
Hey,
We need your
Amazing
help.
Quasi, I just created a thing for you so that I can put your social media on there. And,
Okay.
And people can follow you as well, you know.
I'm
so
also.
as
Oh, go ahead.
oh no, go ahead.
I'm going to post up as well the video that's on the Neva website about Save Our Stages, and it looks like you can take action probably by signing Tell Congress to Act Now.
Yeah.
This is what we need you to sign. This is what we need you to do. We all need to work together on these initiatives. So there it is in the stream. Everyone, hope you will take that serious and
Hey,
support our stages.
Yeah, so this is actually, you want to talk a little bit about our special guest. This is quite a special moment, and I know for those that don't know, Quasi is a marketing, branding, brilliant guy who's been doing incredible things, but more importantly, he's been working with us the last couple of years. So regardless of his like amazing long list of accomplishments, I'm personally happier about the last one, which is working with us. So super happy about that. And of course, if it wasn't because of him, today you guys wouldn't get the treat of having Jerry Wonda in the house, ready to share some knowledge with you.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with Jerry. I mean, obviously, I grew up listening to the Fugees and Wyclef and Carlos Santana and Shakira and all these projects that Jerry worked on. So it's really great to be able to help him create the next kind of generation of artistry for Wonder Music and for his career, and to also bring him to meet wonderful entrepreneurs like the folks who are here on this conference. I think he's always excited by new talent, new energy, new music. And so this is exactly the kind of thing that excites him. And I'm happy to bring him to the table to be a part of the community.
Cool. Well, we're happy to have him, and I know we're going to be doing a lot with him over the next year. He wants to build out his YouTube channel. He wants to do a course. He wants to teach you production skills. He wants to teach you how to become a better musician. So I'm really excited about that. I really want to talk to him today about just his hacks, how he's become so good at what he does. Was he one of those natural talents where he just had that gift, or did he have to work on it to become iconic like Scott Page? It's a different journey for everyone, so I think that will be really cool. Also, I want to mention that in February, we're going to have a very special lady that Jerry has a ton of respect for, and I know talks to very often. She's going to pop in and out of this event, so hopefully you're there. Madeline Nelson. Everyone needs to check out Madeline's company, especially for you ladies out there. Please, Madeline Nelson, go follow her, go show her some love, some support. She's been working for all the major record labels for quite some time, and she had the dream of being a CEO of one of them. And if you look at the history, there haven't really been any females running those major companies. And so she went off and started her own label called Heads Music. And she's such a badass that Wyclef himself, when he said, I'm coming back to music, right after he ran for president in Haiti, he said, I'm coming back with new music, and I want one and only manager that I want is Madeline Nelson. And I love his story. Madeline she shares an interview about this, or Clef shares an interview about it, that he really almost stalked her for about 6 months to try to be his manager. So much so that he went all the way to Ghana on a trip and tracked down Madeline's dad, who owns a hotel there, and became friends with Madeline's dad to then get him to call her to convince Madeline to be Clef's manager, and finally she said yes, and she's so happy that she did. I spoke with her last week. We had an incredible conversation. She's so excited to become a part of Music Entrepreneur, so you definitely want to follow her journey. The artists that she has on her label are super cool, in addition to Wyclef. And one of my favorite things about Heads Music is that it's an all-female run company, so it's all ladies. So if you are one of those ladies out there looking to, be around some other epic women, I would say, send them a message, and again, see how you can support them and work with them. So Jerry's going to be coming out with some really cool new projects, and they're all doing it together between his label and hers, I believe, and all sorts of great things. So I'll let them share more about that in February when that comes. But I always love connecting with, fellow badasses in music.
Here you go.
She's got a lot of experience on me, so I basically have made her my mentor. Thanks, Madeline.
Oh, that's dope. I'm excited that you get to do that, that you get to spend time with another powerful superwoman.
Yes, I'm very excited about that
you
too.
You get to, pick her brain and learn more, because guess what? I need you to do that. As my partner, I want her to get, continue to do her thing, obviously.
And my favorite thing about it is just I love people, and I will toot our own horn because I think that we're very much these type of people, is when you want change in the culture, change in the way that things are, we don't wait. We just go ahead and do it, just like building this community, and just like she just said, I'll build my own company. So I have so much respect for that, and I think that's really cool. Quasi, what's been one of your favorite parts of the conference so far?
Jerry's on. He's probably putting the camera on. Just give it permission, Jerry. Permission to the camera, permission to the mic, and we'll be ready to go.
I don't know. I guess probably the conversation with Chuck and Rob was pretty amazing. I learned a lot from Jeff Hammer as well this weekend.
The cool thing about Rob and Jeff, so last night when we were in the VIP lounge or networking afterwards, and again, the main lounge is going to be open all day today, so after the event we can hop back on there. But last night, Rob was on there for hours, and he was hanging out, talking to everyone, really loving the conversation. Jeff Hammer was on there too, and then Rob started asking Jeff for advice about his companies and finance stuff, which just made me so excited because there's something for everyone here. It doesn't matter, even for the speakers. The very first year that Darkchild was a speaker, he left our event with a couple new business partners and, started a new company. So there's just, I love the fact that there's always something for everyone here. And so to see them all hanging out and really getting to know one another, that was really fun. And Tolu was there. And just, a bunch of people. So we had a good time chatting it up last night. And I really appreciated Rob's energy, just being there. And he talked so much about how he loves mentorship, and he just really wanted to get to know everyone and just gave so much of his time. I love when people do that.
We almost there.
Here we go. The internet is connecting as we speak.
Yes, interwebs, always as usual.
Mr. Wonda, live from the Wonda studio. Yo, he called the other night on FaceTime, and he's wilding out. I see all these lights in the background, and he looks like he's at a club or something, and he's just dancing. I said, Jalen, where is he at? He was like, oh, he's in his studio.
It's just a studio session.
He was just going at it. It was so
creating
so
greatness.
Awesome. Mm-hmm.
Are you there? Your camera's not on.
Jerry.
Hold on, I hear. Let me see. I'm gonna mute mine.
We got it. I'm checking out my pink lipstick, ladies. What do you think?
Hey,
ooh, and it matches Jerry's hoodie.
We get a picture.
There it is.
No microphone yet, but we get a picture. At
Ooh!
least. We get to see that amazing sweater.
I
Yo,
need one of
up?
those, please.
Yo, hold up. Can the fans buy that sweater right now? Because
we need that e-commerce integration right now. Buy. Everyone will be buying it.
Buying. Click. Yeah, he's about to fix it. Hold on. He's working on it.
The hat, too. I got to get one of those. Jerry got some swag. Oh, and speaking of swag, we're going to have some music entrepreneur swag. If you've been seeing Jalen's different hats, we'll put a pre-order button so y'all can order them. We've got hoodies, we've got hats. We've got I got my ladies hat back here.
Because of COVID, I couldn't go and pick it up, but we had the hoodies already ready. Hey.
How do I look?
Hey, swag.
Now, of course. I gotta get better at that.
You got the right tilt, though.
Am I good? Oh, I think that's a little too much tilt. That looks so ridiculous, but you get the point. Gotta brag.
Well, you have a dad's hat.
Well, I got a nice lady's hat, but I've been wearing it too much, so it's kind of dirty.
Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Still don't hear you. Maybe you can switch to the regular computer microphone if just to test it out.
Ooh, I like what VPR Radio says. You guys are so awesome. These are things we talk to artists about all the time. You absolutely must learn the business behind the art to excel in today's digital world. That is right. Roomy's back.
Oh, there you go. I heard some claps.
Okay, so I need to get more volume. I'm using the computer.
You need to get some more volume. Yeah. So go to, you know how to do it, right? Go to
Let's see.
go to settings, go to sound, and then input microphone. Put that baby up. How about us? Can you hear us good? Probably need to switch it. 1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear it? Can you guys let us know what you guys hear? Alright, Jerry's is low. I wish I could control it from here. Well, while he figures that out, I mean, I know that you guys are excited because I see it in the chat. But, whoa! Those new records he's producing are crazy.
Quasi, how did you and Jerry meet? Yes, let's talk about that for sure. The artivism. I said the artivism. Artivism. Activism. Art. Mayor of New Jersey. Mm-hmm. Or Newark. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Quasi's low. All right, wait. Just hold that thought, Quaz, because I think there's a little problem. People can't hear what you're saying. So.
Yeah, do that. Do that.
That would be good. And then let's see if there's anything we can do on our end.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about this, y'all. It's a little complicated going back and forth between so many different platforms, and I'm sure people are in the process of creating a better system for this, maybe where we can all in one platform. That's what we need, where we can preload all the interviews and then bring people on live, do all of that. Maybe that's what Lend does. Andrew Goodwin, I hope you're watching.
Let us know if you can hear it. Yeah.
All right, Quaz, why don't you start?
You can hear Quasi? Just Quasi. Quasi, you talk. Quasi, you
Tell
talk.
us a little bit about what we want.
You can't hear? Hold on. One second. Just making sure that this sound is good with you. The problem is that we, in real time, we can't hear anything at all, just you. Okay, well, I'm glad we're fixing this now.
All right. But y'all can hear us real quick. So what Quasi was talking about is a campaign called What We Want by Roz Baraka. Roz is the mayor of Newark, in Newark, New Jersey, and he's a spoken word artist. So he and Jerry collaborated. They did this epic project. I think it's maybe a 5-part series as well. So super dope. And let's bring it up. Quaz, can you put it in the chat right now so that people can check out the videos, can show some love, let everybody know where they can follow this project. But I think right now everyone can hear me and Jalen, right? Cool, so you can hear us. So Quasi, let's see. Let's bring this up here. Roz Baraka, what we want. So just take a minute while we have a little break here anyway. Oh, you can see, thanks to Quasi, this awesome article was in Rolling Stone. So Quasi, great job on that.
Quasi, I need talk.
And then here we've got, let's see, this video I'm gonna pull up, or maybe y'all can just Google it as well. While I'm looking for it.
Have Quasi talk, because I don't know. I can't, unless you talk, I can't test.
Let's see. Here, super cool. So check out there. I just put the link.
Quasi, can you hear me?
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So you can hear me now.
Video.
And
we could preview the video if you guys want to show it to the team here, or the group.
Yeah, I just put here in the chat too. Let's see if that should work. Part 2 that was released. Oh, here, I'll open it up in YouTube.
Quasi talk?
He's good.
Check, mic check.
Okay, cool. So
All right.
now we're good
Okay.
with that.
Okay, so go ahead. You can intro this this video. Now everyone's got a link to it. Hopefully you're checking it out.
Hey,
Roz
Quasi,
Baraka.
in the meantime, I think you should probably just contact Jerry, make sure that he's figuring it out. If he needs help, help him out.
Okay, yeah.
Jerry's his own tech engineer. I'm sure he'll be able to get it together. Quasi's mic is booming. All right.
Okay, cool.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Kemi. Thanks, Indira. Oh, can hear now. Great. So, yeah, go check out this video real quick. Nice. Thanks for all the feedback, everyone. And this one featuring Luke James. This is really great. So I know they're going to do a multi-part series and really keep the conversation alive. So obviously we need to keep talking about what it is specifically that we want, not what we don't want, right? If we talk about what we don't want, we just continue to put those messages out in the universe and continues to feed us that shit that we don't want.
That's exactly right. I mean, Mother Teresa used to have a very famous saying. She used to say, "Don't call me, to go and protest against a war rally. Call me for a peace rally, or something like that." I'm sure I just mangled it, but it's something similar.
But I think they get the point, and it's absolutely 100% true. Let's focus on all those things that we want, no matter how crazy they might seem or far-fetched. It's not impossible. So it's actually much more possible when we all think it's possible, because then we start taking steps because we believe that it's possible. When we believe it, we have faith, and that's the ultimate thing that we're going after.
Yeah, is Quasi there or no? Did he
still
disappear?
see him. He was contacting Jerry. You still there, Quaz? Oh, he's going back with the headphones.
Oh yeah,
Nope.
he's on the headphones. Oh, Jerry's in.
I don't hear
Hold
him.
on, Jerry's in. All right, dope. So Jerry's about to come on in. Quasi is muted. Quasi is unmuted. This is quite exciting.
Oh, I think
Speak
he's
and
talking
embrace the positive.
to Quasi on the line. Mm-hmm.
I like that. Speak and embrace the positive.
So, did you all go check out that video? What do you think? Law of Attraction is so damn real.
It is.
If you heard
very
my
real.
story yesterday about how in 2014 I demanded of the universe that in 2016 I start my speaking career at Harvard University, and March 4th I made that happen.
Yeah.
And it came out of nowhere. Was certainly not something I was working for so diligently and only focused on for those 2 years. I literally wrote that shit down, and I probably never even looked at it again. But I realized throughout that process that over that time, it wasn't about thinking about it, positively in my mind and visualizing myself every day there. But I actually never doubted it. The negative thoughts never came into my mind at all. I was in such a place of motivation and inspiration when I wrote that down, and I put that date and I tucked it away, and it was just like I was writing my own commands to the universe. Here are the things that I want to do. I'd love to go find that list and see what else was on it. I don't remember at this point.
I guarantee you they all came true.
You know what? I have faith in that. That's for sure. All
Jerry,
the right
take
ones
your
that were
time.
for
I
me.
see you're in the room. Just take your time getting the camera and the other stuff ready, so don't worry about it. Let us know when you're ready on your end. I see the cameras.
So what are some things that you've attracted into your life? I want to hear some of your stories. The Harvard speech. Yeah, I need to post that video up. I have to say, I was quite impressed with myself when I got the footage back. Again, it's Harvard, right? They flew me out there. This was my first big, other than the company that I was working with, one of the first big presentations about leadership. I have a master's in leadership studies. And so it was all about defining your personal leadership philosophy. And I got out there, oh man, I was so nervous. But I got the video back, and I thought, oh my gosh, do I really want to watch this? And so I filled up a big glass of wine. It was Friday night. I'm sitting at home by myself, and I press play, and I hear it back. And I started watching it, and I thought, oh, damn, I did a good job.
Well, of course. I mean, if you didn't do a good job, then we wouldn't have been asked to come back and do something with them again.
Many years in a row. Yeah. No, it ended up being great, but I was definitely super nervous about that. But it's good to be nervous,
Dom
right?
says the love of Jackson is scary real. He says scary before that.
That's why you have to be very aware of the words that come out of our mouths, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes I catch myself saying something thinking, oh, I don't know if that's possible. And I have to kind of pause and rewind and say no and really put out there what it is that I meant to say. Because we can call some interesting things into our life. And also keeping in mind that, what are we doing?
Jerry,
Good?
I can hear you. So take your time getting the camera on and all that. But I can hear the mic on, I think.
But what I was going to say was just always, also keeping in mind that when you ask for certain things, right, often that it comes with a lesson. We want to grow. We want to become that business person, right? I always want to become that business person, make that money, do these things. But the lessons along the way aren't always that pretty.
Jalen, quick question. Take a look at your phone when you get a second, Jalen.
Yeah, no problem. I can do Zoom. I can figure out Zoom right now. All right.
So let's do that. Let's switch over. Let's switch over.
Do you want to set it up and then send us the link, or I'll set it up? It'll be easier, I guess. All right, I'll do it right now. I got you.
All right, great.
All right.
Let's get on that.
All right, great. So,
Entrepreneurship.
boom. So while they get that going, I will finish my thought so nobody else interrupts me.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Let me finish.
Hello. I was talking here. But anyway, the lessons that come our way, right? We want to get to this place, but getting to that place, there are obviously a lot of challenges and a lot of learning experiences that are going to come along the way. And those learning experiences aren't always pretty.
Nope.
Sometimes the toughest lessons are the hardest pills to swallow, but then give us the most wisdom to move forward. So all those tough lessons, Jared was talking about it yesterday in his interview. Hopefully we got to that part, but we really got into this conversation about failures and what to do with failures. And he said, allow yourself maybe an hour and a half to beat yourself up, to get down about it, do whatever you got to do. And hopefully as time progresses, you can get better at cutting down that time frame. So maybe it's 5 minutes that you're like, so upset, and then you can just let it go. Meta was talking about that too, is that champions have, that short mindset. So that short memory. So that short memory is so important. You got to get through that. Allow yourself to, just sit and reflect. Jared also says, go to a cafe, have a coffee, be by yourself. Don't be on your phone. Just let it all process. Sleep on it as well. Then get up the next day, get together with the team. Hopefully the team has all taken that time too. You don't want to jump right into it. After problems have happened, after challenges have occurred, some failures, you don't want to get right, in a group together and just start blaming one another and start talking about all the problems. Really want to take some time to sit back, to relax, to really just meditate on it and let the kind of truth come out of it. Because when our emotions are so high, it's hard to really have that clarity and to really understand why that incident was so important for the future. So I really see that if we hadn't had a lot of the failures that we were talking about yesterday with some of the incredible artists that we've worked with, but for one reason or another, didn't work out, wasted a whole bunch of money and time, but there was always great insight that came of it. This conference itself isn't, as a result of all of that as well, which I think is so cool. And I look back and I think, wow, if all these disappointments hadn't happened, how would we have made the decisions that we have today? So really proud of that, and you should be proud of it too. You should be proud of yourself for all those challenges that you've gotten through this year, being one of them. You're still here, you're alive, you're breathing, you're well, you can still learn. So that's something to just be grateful for, and to just really think about, you know, what lies ahead. I see the chat going here. Oh, Indira, yes, I will get you my speech. I'll find it. It was pretty cool. There's a guy, actually, y'all should check him out. His name is Vishen Lakhani. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. There's an organization called Mind Valley. So mindvalley.com. They have all these just courses, talks, tons of talks on YouTube. That's all about just developing that mindset and really being able to become better attractors, and to be able to just really keep moving forward and really be able to persevere. So if you find Vishen Lakhani, I'm going to put his name here in the chat because I've really been inspired by his work. He's brilliant, and this is something, Mind Valley is really a key inspiration for music entrepreneur in general, and really what I hope to kind of grow into. You'll see the types of presentations and the things that they offer. So I think it's really cool and super helpful. So let me find here, Mind Valley. Hopefully
Sorry,
you're
guys,
getting
I'm almost
some
done.
good things out of this.
You know how it is. You gotta
chat
download
today.
apps.
It's a good thing I had plenty of coffee. So, oops.
Speaking of coffee,
We've had some organic cold brew.
cold brew, nothing better.
Oh, here's Mind Valley. Okay. That is a really long. Oh, there we go. So check that out. Boom. Mind Valley. Indira, how's that book working out? Unconventional Medicine. I sent Indira a book a week ago. I'm really into just health. I think it's a crucial component to our mindset. A lot of our emotions are developed, you know, a lot of our chemicals like serotonin and dopamine and things like that actually come from the gut. So if you want to have a healthy mind and a healthy mindset, you really actually need to have a healthy gut. If you want to learn more about that, I'm always happy to talk about that. I love nerdy health stuff. One of my next goals, actually, because I hit a goal this week, I'm treating myself next week to buying a microscope so I can start doing live blood analysis. You just take a little drop of blood from your finger, put it on a slide, and you can see all sorts of cool stuff in your blood. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
All right, let's see. We've got email from Jerry. The link.
While we're chatting, why don't I grab some books over here?
This is great. This is what happens when you are on the fly doing things.
All right, y'all. I told you that I love books. So I'll share a couple of good books that I've been reading. This one I got from a friend just recently. Oh, and the top quote is from Tony Hsieh. Please, everyone read Tony Hsieh's book. He was the CEO of Zappos and the author of Delivering Happiness. So his whole customer support and just company culture was established on delivering happiness to people. So if you have a happy team and you have happy fans, you're going to have a happy business. So that's something important to get. Tony Hsieh recently passed away. I'm so sad because he's one of those just innovators and real leaders in our time.
Yeah,
and a young guy and just
Vegas
an incredible soul.
Oh my god. She has really taken that serious.
Well, I just want to finish my sentence. All right, go.
forget
Tony
what I
Shea.
was
What were you gonna say about Tony? You know, Tony has inspired you so much in your life since we went out to his house in Vegas, and you.
Well, the point is that he changed Vegas. Vegas wouldn't be what it is without Tony Shea. I mean, all of Vegas. When you go and you see on the highways, something like this highway by Zappos, everything Zappos. That's what Tony Shea has done.
Yeah. This is another one of our mentors, Simon Sinek. Simon is someone we had the pleasure of getting to meet last year along with Ken Blanchard. This is one of Simon's last books about leaders eat last, really along the principle of, he starts out talking about like military leaders and why they're the ones to eat last, because they first got to look over their troops and make sure that their troops are fed. And that's really what we need to think about our business and our teams. Are they fed, right? Are they being taken care of? Are they fulfilled as well, right? It's not about just one person's goal or mission. It's really about making sure that, yeah, we're all working to launch a particular song, but everyone on the team has a particular goal and vision for themselves, something that they want to work on. So it's really important that you understand what your team is looking for and you feed that and you feed that passion, because the more that you do that, the more that you'll have what you'll want. Jim Rohn has always been a huge mentor of mine, and he talks about the fact that if you help everyone get what they want, you'll have everything that you want. So you want to do
All
that.
right. One last book?
Huh?
We've
No,
got-
we're good. Jerry's up. All right, I'm just talking just because
Jerry,
I'm here
can you hear us?
waiting for Jerry.
Wait, hold on. Let me test it. Make sure that we can hear him on our end. Select the microphone. You can hear us, right?
I can hear everybody.
I'm up.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, we're good.
Welcome to Music Entrepreneur.
Okay, I gotta watch my phone. Okay, no problem.
All right. Can you guys hear?
All right, let's get this going.
Can you guys hear?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, perfect. The
Right.
question is, can the audience hear us?
Should I check real quick?
Huh? Hold one second, because I'm working on. Now that we are set, now I can go and set this part up.
Nice.
Hold on, not yet. We're not ready yet. Don't get excited.
If I need to talk more about books or health or the gut, you just let me know. Okay.
Work it out.
That's right. I'm just trying to make sure that we can connect. And here we go. Boom. We are on and popping. You guys can see. Actually, I'll switch this because it's the other way around. Quasi's now here.
Me, and I could still put my mask on.
Yes. Especially because of Quasi. Quasi, I don't know, man.
Quasi got a whole video shoot. My house is loaded with so much stuff for camp video shoot. My sister.
Can you hear everything?
Yes, you
Wait,
guys
time
are
out.
starting on
Can
that.
everyone hear everything?
Yes.
Yep, we're good.
I checked it
Oh,
on here. So
Perfect.
we're good.
yes.
This is it.
On the fly, baby. Hey.
Woo.
I
One
had
way
to-
or another.
I had to add a whole another program.
Perseverance right there. Perseverance.
There we go. That's perfect, man. Cause I was sweating like I cannot get through. My computer. What program is that? Vortex? Whatever.
Cisco WebEx.
WebEx.
WebEx. Okay. It looks like it's just like Zoom.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit more cleaner as far as the everything else that has to do with, like, if you're shooting HD and stuff like that.
Oh, but the only thing it won't patch with my Apollo, or it doesn't work with my Apollo, and which is my Ecamm, because I use Ecamm. I see all my cameras singly
not eCam, because in eCam, all my cameras just go into actually what is it? What's the program? What is it?
Black Magic.
Yeah, I use Stream Deck, and it wouldn't walk around with my Stream Deck, and it was a nightmare. So I was like, if I could send you guys Zoom.
All good. We're here now.
We got it. So, welcome to the show, my friend. We're happy to have you. Thank you so much for just everything. It's been so cool getting to know you, and you're just such a warm, vibrant, epic kind of guy.
Humble.
And, yes, and we really appreciate. We've been talking you up. I know everyone watching has been so excited to meet you. So where do we want to start?
Woo!
Come on, what's on your mind? What's on your mind?
Let's see. Well, first of all, I think I'm kind of spoiled already because I've had so many chances to talk to you and get to know you, and obviously we're planning on doing so many cool things together that and knowing about you for so long, I've had a million questions. But I think first, before I even get going, on the chat, just go ahead and just shoot the first question you want to ask him, and then we'll go from there. We're really excited, obviously, Jerry. You've been working with iconic people for so long. Number one, number two, you yourself, and a cousin that people may or may not know around there, just a guy named Wyclef, you know. And of course, you guys are legendary and iconic music producers, musicians, composers. So on that end, how fun has it been for you guys, for you to see, like, the two of you having this dream since you were young, and now to all these years be living it up? Like, what's that like? What's that feel like?
What I tell you, yesterday I was at with Clef. We did this Zoom with people all over the world. Some people it was like morning for us. Some people it was like nighttime, And we was talking, man, to realize like a bunch of CEO, CFO. And I remember going to school in a donkey, or go get, go get a donkey to go buy. My mom go buy avocado, mangoes to go sell in a flea market, and just to be like, oh my God, I make one decision. That one decision I made in my life was the perfect one. Because how lucky are we to make a decision? And I really till today for so many decades and decades, and that you realize that it was the right decision, which was picking up a bass guitar when I was 11 years old. Say I'm in love with that bass guitar, and I didn't care if I was gonna make money or not. It was great feelings. Then till yesterday, I'm still playing the bass and have people jumping and have a great time. And I'm not even talking about production yet, but just being music. No language. It could happen anywhere. Once you're a musician, you're a musician. I tell you, man, being a musician is one of the best things I pick, and one of the best thing happened in life for me.
Wow. And how long? When did you start? Like, once you picked up that bass, what age were you, first of all?
I was 11 years old.
Wow, 11 years old. Hey, wait, and how old was Wyclef when he picked up the guitar?
Well, Clef was picking up the guitar. I think Clef picked up the guitar when he was, 12 too? I think around 12.
Wow. So...
it started early in church. Because Wyclef died. Was a pastor, he passed away now. And Wyclef died and married... of course, the woman is married, that's my aunt, which is Wyclef's mom, and my dad's are brothers and sisters, so we first cousins.
Wow, that's so intense. That's so crazy. So, and when did the two of you, when was the first time you guys ever practiced or rehearsed together? Because that's crazy
First
to think
jam
about.
sesh. Mm-hmm.
First jam sesh.
First time we met, and I tell a little story when I came to the States, probably 17, every kid wanted to know, because Clef wanted to meet me, because he found out he got a genius cousin that really dope playing the bass guitar, because I was playing, by that time I'm playing with Spanish band, I'm playing in the biggest church band, I was really well known as Little Bass. Like if you listen to the Killing Me Softly, Lauryn and Wyclef saying Little Bass up in here, because I was a little bass. They call me T-Bass, mean little bass.
Wow.
So it's like when we first met, Clef and I, we bond right away because we had them in common. And because when I first played the guitar in the church, I was really scared. Like I didn't want people to know I know how to play. I was nervous. If I go ahead and play in the church, I don't play with people going to laugh. And one day, like basically, that's what happened. The real bass player, didn't show up to church, and they had me. I'm looking at that bass. The bass, I can tell you, the bass was looking at me too because I was nervous. I'm like, I could go and play now. It's my chance. One voice like, don't go. They're gonna laugh at you. They don't even know you know how to play. I'm like, yes, I know I could do it. Then I didn't listen to that other voice. I said, I'm going. It doesn't matter. Then I went and picked up the bass. And the thing with bass players, you could see that we make. I don't know if that bass is on. Man, it's not.
This is a treat. Hold on, let me mute myself. This is a treat right here. Hold up.
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you. Let me just see if I could turn that bass, because I just have to show you something, right? That bass guitar, right? Let me see if why it's not. Let's see. Come on. Oh, you're on mute. Okay. UAD, I see you. You gonna mute on me, huh?
Because I need to hear you. I need to hear this. This is for the fans.
So a thing without a bass. So I said, that little voice said, don't go. And the other one said, you should go. That's your only chance because the other bass player is not there. Besides that, he was so dope to me. And I said, I listened to the voice that said, go ahead and do it. Can you hear me, right? Yeah. So I went and I said, I'm going to do it anyway. So got on that bass, but there's bass player. If you could see a bass player. That's it. That you see you dancing. I make you dance. But think about if I played like this.
Yo. Okay. Yeah.
Now you see I'm moving like this?
Now I want to rap.
You want to rap. But the thing about bass player, you cannot play like this. It's plain, but you have to make the face, the face.
That's an ugly face. You gotta make. You gotta make that.
No, I got up there, and thank God when a bass player, I know the song, so I closed my eyes. I was like, maybe nobody looking, but I know this. Thank God the song they were playing is the song that I know, so I make faces. Yo, after church was over, I had a crush on the girl that I had a crush on. For the first time, she came to call me by my name, and she said, "You did a great job." I was like, "I'm a bass player."
Oh.
Anything. And I don't even know she know what she did to me. I don't even remember her name. I don't know her anymore. But that girl was the one that really got me to be that bass player today.
I think the world owes her a debt of gratitude for sure.
Oh yeah, I owe her a lot in life.
Wow. It's like in every great movie, there's always a girl. There's always the hero has to have a girl.
You got
the girl has to have a boy, or the other way. Sometimes it's a girl and a girl, or a boy and a boy. Who knows? But in this case, man, I'm so happy to hear that story. This is one of those inspirational stories that a lot of people don't get to hear. That very, very aha moment, the beginning. That's when it happens. And does anybody have any questions? Because I need to hear. You see the energy? Yeah, that's the first thing people are saying. Jerry, that energy, yeah.
Now everyone knows energy is so much means a lot to me in the studio or on stage, and that's why we have this refugee camp. It was all about performance and get on stage. It goes straight from the church to the stage, of festivals. You know what I mean? And That's how all my creative product, write music and being a great musician is
So,
like.
tell us the story real quick, which you told me and Rachel, and we just it's been amazing to hear that story. Can you let them know the story of your cousin was working where he was working, and you were starting to like get in your groove, and how the two of you decided to get together, work, and how you built that studio, or who built that studio? That's important.
Well, first thing we have that recording. I was watching the verses the other day when they had Bounty Killer and Beanie Man. Yo, they were playing music that was recorded at the Booger Basement. Booger Basement. That was where we did Killing Me Softly. The whole Fugees album, the score was done in the basement of my dad's house. It was me and Clef. We really went in and built that recording studio. Me with Wyclef and my brother Renell. And that was, my dad bought the house and said, go ahead. But he had no idea. It was like, really, our recording studio, y'all good. Oh, he had it going, So, Clef and I then, after doing the Fugees, then we was on tour. We recorded a whole Fugees second album, which was the Carnival that turned around to be Wyclef. Carnival, first album, but it was really the Fugees second album for me. That's why the whole all the disc was like on them. It was no Carnival, but it turned around to be Wyclef's second album, Carnival. But Clef and I, collectively,
that record was insane too. Carnival was insane too. And but what was that key moment where how most people want to know, like, how did the nucleus of the group come together? How did Pras come to the group? How did, obviously, you discover Lauryn Hill and all of that? How did you guys know each other?
Well, it started like this. They did a first album. Blending in Reality. With that was the first the Fuji album.
Camera dead, camera dead, camera dead.
The guy that do the whole gave him the whole platform. He and Khaleesi's cool brother. They two brothers that put but Khalees was the music guy.
Wow.
Cool was the guy too. But go back to the Fugees, but that's how the Fugees started. Then after they did the first album, that album didn't do too well. And we had a remix called Mona Lisa Salam did.
Yeah.
And that's when we did Nappy Head remix.
Yeah.
Then after we went on tour with it, came back. I was always the music guy. Then we built a recording studio and was like, we're gonna do the next album. But we didn't tell the company. We just built our studio and I went to school for recording engineering and we built the studio. I think without the studio it would have been the Fugees, but I don't think it would have been an album like The Score because it had a lot to do for us chilling. It didn't matter. We in and out because we had the studio and the house where we live at. We go in and out. Everybody got their own time. And I think it had a lot to do, by us creating the Booger Basement. And, of course, from the Booger Basement, you have City High. Claude Edwards was a party.
That's right. Oh, wow. Yeah.
From Booger Basement. Yeah. The Product GMB. Maria, the singer, everyone.
Yeah. That singer, to this day, that voice, wow, holy moly! How'd you find him?
Well, we was for Clef and I, we was working at Sony, I think it was, and Waz was like, "Yo, there's this guy I want y'all to meet." And when they came in, he said they sing. I was like, "Okay." Clef was like, "Oh, wait a minute, Waz." And when they walk in, they walk in the when you would think like they really like that's effects.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was like the singers you were saying like. Oh, I said, what do you mean? That's them. It was like what? There are the singer, and when we met them, Money Arms singing and Money Arms straight up from Long Island, and people think because of Maria they're Spanish, but they're not. They're like Black American, from Long Island, like you know what I'm saying. So, we met them and we started vibing, and I think we did a record with or for Funk Master Flex, and we put them in there. Then we signed them to a refugee camp label, and we worked with them. But when we got a call to go do a song with Carlos Santana in San Francisco, Clive Davis asked me, Clef and I to do it.
Wow.
Was we're gonna bring a singer because Carlos doesn't sing, so we bought Money on. We all got on the plane, went there, and we.
The great Clive Davis, the legend.
Yeah, he's a legend. That dude, you gotta go like this to that dude.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of people. I mean, at this point, this generation, I need you guys to Google Clive Davis. I really, if you don't know who Clive Davis is by now, you've been under a rock. If you want to be in the music business, you got to study your history. It's extremely important that you do that. Clive Davis is a historical figure in our modern age. Up there obviously with the Quincy Joneses, and he's just that kind of superhuman. He's a legendary visionary, right?
Yes.
And by the way, there is no Alicia Keys without a person like him, right?
Exactly.
There is no NYU Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music, right?
Clive Davis.
That's exactly right.
A good musician, an artist came from that school.
So,
hey, I have a question real quick. So, speaking of these music education, institutions and also just in the spirit of music entrepreneur, one thing I really wanted to find out from you is what advice do you have for people to really hone their craft, to become epic, to become better? What was that journey like for you? I know it's different for everyone. We had Scott Page on here as one of our Me Masters teaching his business model, but he talks about the fact that he was like, I just wanted to be a musician. I was no good. I had to work 24/7 at it. And so what advice would you have for people to really hone their craft, especially in production? What are some of the hacks that you have, maybe, new software and platforms, things that you're using
to make it better?
I tell you like this. I could say it in a few words, and I could say it really short. Don't do music because you want to be rich, and just remember, people could steal from you, but remember you the talent. They could take this much, you're gonna make that much. And I'm not saying being stupid, and sometimes people put so much energy to the business side and they forget the talent side. Because once you have the talent, you're gonna make people money. Don't worry about you because you're gonna make money. And I tell you, because I got kids right now, they're all playing so smart and they messing opportunities for themselves.
Wow.
And I just gotta tell you, a lot of us, just make sure you catch it on time. Because nobody gonna put you on unless they getting something. Be smart, get a great lawyers, but stop worrying about too much of the business creativity away from you. So now people scared of you. They don't want to mess with you. But you need, if you do one song, somebody take 50% of it. You know what? Somebody takes something out of it. Hold on, okay, hold on.
You got it.
Yeah. I'm doing a Zoom right now. You guys show up too late. Okay, all right, let me figure out how I could get out the Zoom and come, because my assistant just left the house. You guys took forever. Okay, all right, give me a second, okay? All right. Yeah, some people was coming to the house. They called me 3 hours ago. They're like, we're an hour away. I'm like, 3 hours. You was 45 minutes away. But I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to let them in, my assistant.
Go ahead.
We'll chat while
we'll chat while you
go. Don't worry about that.
Quasi, What you think so far, bro?
Yeah, no, man. It's always a pleasure to sit down with Jerry Wonda. I mean, you just started to scratch the surface on the Maria track. Man, I don't know. It's so funny listening to these records that we're talking about, like Guantanamera and Ready or Not. I grew up listening to those records, and they sound just as good today. You know, and they mean that much more even today, given the environment we're in with immigration and people railing against refugeeism and things of that nature. These records are timeless, and the message carries through till today for sure.
Amazing. They are timeless. They're not a single. I mean, that's the point. That right? You think about classics. That's what a classic is—a timeless piece, and that's the kind of composition and production that Jerry and his team has been doing for so long. But to be that consistent is incredible, right?
Yeah, no, I think that's the key. As Jerry mentioned, you know, he's collaborated on over 200 million record sales. I mean, that's like, you know, a very large record company just by himself, you know. Mm-hmm. You know, this is music that literally will, you know, captured the 90s decade and the 2000s in maybe a way that no other music, you know, could have. And if we were to build a time capsule, these are some of the songs that would be there, you know. People 100 years from now are going to be listening to the score and the Carnival, just like we listen to, you know, Beethoven or the Beatles now, you know.
What do you think what does it take to create something iconic like that? Is it just a matter of, you know, of having that catalog? Obviously, has he just created more music than people? Does he know something, like, you know, he's got
the magic.
Magic.
There's no formula. You just either got it or you don't. And
well, I think like also like he said, you know, he didn't want to become a millionaire necessarily when he started doing this. He just wanted to create great art.
He focused on the art, yeah.
He wasn't so caught up in, oh, well, I gotta, you know, have 6 brand extensions and, you know, a bunch of Ferraris. He actually was like, I just want to be the best bass player I can be and create the best music.
That's it.
And it didn't even matter. Obviously, they wanted to be compensated for their work, but he wasn't so focused on the business side that they forgot about the art, you know? And I think that would be my advice to young people who are listening. It's like, of course, you got to be about your business, get your mogul on for sure, but don't forget that the art is what actually got us all here.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly right. I'm excited for him to come back. I want you guys to ask some questions. What do you want to know? I think one of the first questions I'm going to ask him is like, what do you look for in an artist? What is the one thing that you look for?
Because Tolu wants to know if he works with independent artists and what does he look for in those artists.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I'm back now.
What's up? Great timing. We got a great question from the audience, and obviously this is a question that we all want to know, right? So, what does Jerry Wonda look for in an artist? What is it that you find special about someone that you decide, you know what, you're an independent artist, but I'm gonna put my time, genius, and resources behind you? What is that thing that you find, or things?
Well, the thing is, I love me the artist. First of all, if you're a singer, I want to hear you sing, like really with a great voice. Once you hear a tone, you're like, oh my God. And somebody's telling me you rap, and I want to see what your rap about. You know what I'm saying? And people just come in here, you know, use the B word, the N word. That's what it is, and it's not really, you know. What's your wordplay? You know what I'm saying to you? So I don't care about, because I have numbers, because I'm not the major. It's not about the numbers for me. First, it's about the talent, because once we get the talent, then we're going to work on the numbers. But the major labels, it's all about the numbers, because they have no time, no patience. They don't want to do artist development. So independent, I wanna see a star. And when a star walk in the room, it's a star walk in the room. And I never have a problem do artist development. So I be looking to somebody that work hard, or somebody that could listen, somebody with the talent, man. That's
So,
it.
so to put it shortly, talent and passion, right? And you'd say character, right? You want
Yeah,
someone with character.
100%.
Wow.
Who comes in as a sponge, who wants to listen, learn, take direction.
And guess what? In that, those of you watching this right now, isn't it incredible to hear someone, multi Grammy winning superstar producer, say, it's not about the numbers for me, it's about you, the human. What can you offer the world?
Yep. 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 And that's how I used to be till it changed to numbers.
Yeah.
You know?
Speaking of what do you want to give to the world, we've talked a lot about, every business, right, having a purpose. Whatever type of music business that you have. I saw that you have a foundation, and I wanted to hear a little bit more just about that and what's your why. How do you give back?
Well, I give back, for example, I'm just sitting on a board right now. I grew up in Newark, East Orange, New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey, Irvington. We all connected. And one thing I've done, it's always doing something for communities. Now, what I'm doing right now, I'm sitting on the board of the Newark Symphony Hall. I'm sitting on the board of the Grammys. I am in right now. Oh, by the way, Quasi, I don't know if I told you that. I just got on a board about 3 days ago. And
Yeah,
it's
no, I saw it on the news, bro.
Yeah, we all did.
Congratulations.
We saw it in the news. Congrats, brother.
thank you, because of the work that I'm doing in Newark. And I also seen on the board of the Grammys. So I'm doing a lot of different things, but I'm focused really on mental health, for musicians. I'm focused on,
Yes.
housing for musicians. I'm talking about, it's very important for me. Education. How do I get that? And I'm touching everybody. I'm asking everyone, and for the stuff that I'm doing. And also I go to different countries. I go to Senegal a lot and Haiti a lot. I go to India a lot, you know.
Yeah, we got to get you out to Ghana, Jerry.
Oh yeah, come on, man. My best friend is Sako D, right?
No, I didn't know that. Wow.
I brought Sako D to Live Nation about I would say 11, 12 years ago. No, 10 years ago.
Wow.
I'm the first one that brought Sako D to a Rock Nation.
Jerry, you recently came out with a project that you did with Roz Baraka. We were talking a little bit about it. We sent out the link to the community. I'd love to hear, how that process went. What does that project mean for you? And how can people show support? What can we do now?
Well, the first thing is I always like Roz Baraka as a human being, as a writer. He's a writer, so you know that. He writes a lot. And when we did the score, the Fugees, if you remember, or most of the skits was done by Roz Baraka, was a part of the skit.
Wow. That's right. That's right.
So I have a relationship. When I went back and be in Newark to do certain things, and we connected. And one day I said, "Yo, if you ever want to smoke a cigar, or just like, chill with me in the studio," he said, "Okay, I'll let you know." And one day he was like, "Man, I got a couple hours to kill, man. What you doing? Where you at?" And I said, "Come check me." He was like, I'm coming to check you." Then I set him up. I put him on the microphone. I said, "You still write, right?" Put him on the microphone. I pick up my bass guitar, and I gotta tell you, and he started writing again. And we did an EP of 5 songs, and it was easy, and he's really fast, and we did it. But what's great about that is really we use that platform really to speak to the rest of the world, because and then that man works so hard. I don't think he ever have time for himself,
Wow.
And for me, spoken words, in the hip hop, you got kids that just write poems. You know what I mean? You have kids that write down raps, and for me, it's a way to get your mind clear musically. So, I mean, the help that I could get from you guys, man, is just keep promoting music and community and the urban communities, team up together, and it's not just about the singers. It's about the musicians that play instrument. It's about the writer. It's about the art. It's about all that. That's important for me. I'm a part of my life. God gave me everything. All I want is to really work with people, make a difference in community and anywhere in the world. But of course, Newark is my heart because I went to school in Newark. I really spent more than half of my lifetime. My God, 90% of my life in Newark, East Orange, New Jersey.
Wow. So we have someone that we know in Newark. You might have met him or know him. Obviously, we're family friends with Rosario Dawson, and her boyfriend is a guy named Cory Booker.
Yeah, I know that guy.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's doing a great work too for Newark.
Yeah, for sure.
So when you're putting a project out like that, obviously you have a big team. We've gotten to know some of the people on your team. What do you think are, who are the most important people on your team? What are the most important business steps that you think people need to consider when doing that?
Well, it's like see, my hand is like if somebody say which fingers that better, which one that you will lose. I can't lose none of them.
Good point.
And my team right now, I got my assistant. We got a video going for this week that we're shooting maybe Wednesday or Thursday. I have my whole team right now. Everybody's this one. They all pick something, and they make my job so. And I love it because it's a team. Everybody doing something, and they work hard. Like we have our shirt. I wish I don't have my shirt down in my bedroom right now, but I say no days off. In our work, we take time off when we can, but there's no days off. We just, when we have projects. So everyone is very important from the top engineer to the top songwriter to the top musician to the top intern to me to everyone in my team are important. So it's just like I said, use the word team a lot.
Yeah.
But you are to a team right now. You
Well,
feel me?
listen. First of all, that's incredible. Love that. That says a lot about your leadership and the way that you conduct your company. Which is, by the way, why we are excited to join your team and help with other things that we've talked about. So I'm looking forward to that because you have shown nothing but class from the very very beginning, and again humility and a willingness to see this right here. You're giving someone an inspiration that they needed, something that they needed to start doing what they love.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Y'all too, man. I just got to tell you, man, that I call it JJR. You know what I mean? Jerry. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I mean, then we put quasi to just keep everything quiet.
I like it.
I like
Wow.
that. Yeah, that's tight. That's tight.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. And by the way, love also the work that you've done in the Haitian community. Obviously, you and your cousin have done so much for the Haitian people and the Haitian community. And that obviously is a beautiful thing. The recognition to bring Haiti, you put Haiti on the map musically and more. So how do you, what do you do now? What are you doing with that?
What I tell you, Wyclef and I, we just joined our companies again, just team up again, and a lot of things that we're doing that we just started doing, and which is I'm so happy. Haiti playing a big part. When Clef and I were in a great zone, Haiti, that's mean it's everything is beautiful for the country. So we're working on getting on calls, getting on people, how education, how we work with the farmers, how do we work, with the country to create opportunity, to musically creative, because it's the politician over there. It's a little tough in Haiti.
Yeah.
So, but we're in a good position to make a big difference for the young people in Haiti. I care a lot about the young people.
And I know that again, some people are gonna probably submit a lot of stuff to us to see if they have the possibility to one day even get to for you to hear their music. So we'll keep you posted with that so that we can obviously provide you with with something. Maybe, who knows, somebody that's listening is a genius and somebody that you might want to meet. So I'll make sure that they know that there's a link to you and all of that.
If we get some music in from the community, Jerry, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Could we get you to come back and maybe do a little bit of a masterclass session, listen to some of the music live, and just give some pointers?
Oh my God, yes.
That would be so fun.
I'm a team. Next time, man, you're doing this, I want to be a part of it. Whatever you're doing right now, I want to be a part of it. I told you already.
We're doing that master class. We're doing all sorts of things with you. I've got one other question as an entrepreneur. We can talk about the topic of music and that, but at the heart of becoming successful, you have to be able to push through challenges and face your fears. I want to know, what are some of the biggest challenges, or a challenge that maybe stands out in your career, and how did you get through that?
It's a lot of challenge that we fight every day. That's why I always say, you have to, when we're in the studio, what pushed me to really make beats, because whenever I'm playing the bass guitar or I'm making beats, I just clear. If I'm in the studio, that's why I clear my head. That's everything. But just know that, and it's never dark. It's dark now. There will be, for example, when you listen to the score, MEcon was a part of the Fugees, but you didn't hear MEcon until years later. He went really down, like this, and now he's creating a whole city for Africa.
Yes.
Yeah, we studied that.
MEcon City.
Yeah, we've been.
He inspired me. I started researching where cities are being built around the world, because I said, I'm building my own city. MEcon's doing that. I got to do that.
Yeah, and it's the craziest thing. So last year, quick story, I had the opportunity. I was actually I went to the Cannes Film Festival. I was there for, working on some projects and some things. And it just so happens that one of our business partners we were all going to the to the Monaco Grand Prix, right? It's a big deal. Everybody's there, this and that. And then last minute, we hear, oh, yeah, by the way, there's a major performance, a surprise performance by MEcon. And I'm like, what? Get out of here. So we ended up actually hanging out with MEcon at his table. Truly, he was very welcoming. He was the nicest guy, and to see him perform live is wonderful. He just sounds exactly like how he sounds on the records,
Yeah, no, that's a kind of really dope. But the team of Booger Basement Refugee Camp, man, we all appreciate it, man, from where we were and where we are today. The difference that we could make, So I could just tell you, man, it's everyone are cool people. We cool, And
well, you want to ask one last question? I do want to ask one last question about entrepreneurship, because obviously this is what this is about, right? In your I guess from your mind, from your thoughts, how do you tell this new generation, especially now, right, that we live in this environment where everything is so digital, and COVID has even made that even crazier. So how do you tell artists, or even artists that you work with, to prepare to build a business out of this, right? To be prepared from the very beginning, to do the everything correct, the business side of it. One amazing thing that you said recently when we were talking is like that you prepared yourself so that you could be good for the rest of your life. And that part just blew my mind. That's amazing. So you, as a musician and composer, being also an amazing businessman, what is that? What advice do you have to young artists?
Take risks. It's okay. You gotta do something 99 times wrong, so 100 and you're a winner. Don't be scared to take risks, and be patient. Whatever God got for you, no man could take it away. You understand? And be make sure you create your branding now, especially you need branding. That's what's gonna last you forever. You could always sell something. When you create the brand, you could make that pen make it tend to be numbers. You could make that t-shirt be numbers. Whatever it is. Set up yourself, man. So you could always be like ching ching. Okay?
All right, you got anything else? We don't want to take too much of your time. One more question.
I do, yeah. If you have time for one additional thing. Now more than ever, it's really important that we uplift our women in the business, right? Especially encouraging and inspiring more women to become producers, to step up as executives, to just, be a part of the team. And one of the last conversations that we had with you were talking a lot about Heads Music and Madeline Nelson. She and I had an incredible conversation last week. She's going to be a part of the event in February. You both have had just wonderful things to say about one another. And I was just wondering if you could, say a little bit about maybe, her, what you like to, why you like working with her or Heads Music, or just overall some words of inspiration for the ladies out there who are really working so hard to get ahead in music.
Okay, first thing I gotta say, fellas, don't get mad at me. I love when women run my business. I love it. My mom, okay, she's the boss of the house. So in my studio, it's not like I don't want to make a stereotype, but it's a woman running my studio. In my house, I women, daughters, and I just love when women in charge. They keep things really vibey, sexy. But I got to tell you, Madeline, we've been friends for so many years now. And she's one of the smartest person that I know with a great heart, because she's been in the business for a long time. And she's one of the person that work very close with Wyclef, that work very close. Now we team up, and not only she was my friend now, but she worked with my cousin, and now we Heads Music and Wonda Music. We're working very close together. We've been really figure out things that we're doing now with artists, with everything that we're doing. Starts by the time the world open, we're gonna go crazy. We're gonna be moving with the speed of lighting. So we in the same team. I love Madeline, and she's a family.
She's a boss lady. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm excited to have her on and to pick her brain. And Rachel's actually gonna get to spend some time with her, really getting to know her and being mentored, right?
Yeah, and she's so innovative. She's dealing with accelerators. She's into tech and just moving music forward, in all different ways. So, Jerry, thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Always want to take the time to uplift our ladies. So I know a lot of you are out there watching. So I appreciate that, and just all your wisdom today. Thank you for that. We're going to let you get back to the studio. I know you have guests over at the house. We're going to see you very soon. You're going to see, everyone watching, you're going to see so much more coming from Jerry. We're talking master classes. We're talking YouTube channels. We're talking virtual reality. You're going to be able to step in the studio with Jerry Wonda soon. We're doing it. We're doing it, Jerry.
I'm here waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're in the same city. The first time we talked, we were in different cities. Now we're in different boroughs, but we're close. We're getting closer.
We're gonna set up something where you guys come see me on this side.
Exactly.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Listen, one last thing. Let's go ahead and look at the camera right now, and let me put this. I'm gonna take a couple of pictures. Say what's up.
What's up?
That's awesome. Fantastic, man. Much love, brother.
All right, peace, brother. All right, man. Talk to y'all soon.
Bye. Quasi, thank you so much for hooking this up.
You're the best, Quasi. Whoa.
Nice. All right. I hope y'all enjoyed that little special treat. Listen, we've got two more sessions, one sync. This is, really saving one of the best. I can't say the best because we have so many that are the best. Yeah. So saving one of the best for last. In no particular order have we, put these sessions. Everyone is so amazing. And it doesn't matter if you sold 200 million records or you've helped 200,000 other people in the business move their career forward. Whatever it is, it's important that we get
you
it.
gotta send it to me.
We've got Jason. I think we're gonna do his first. He is a pretty short interview, but senior editor for The Source. Thank you, Quasi, for putting this together.
Yeah,
Let's just hear a few words of what Jason has to say. I think you've got it there.
Yeah, I do.
Let me see.
I'm actually gonna I'll play it just from from this part.
All right, Chaos Network says, yes, I've been saying that all year. Love women. They make the world go round and haha, create this vibe. Yes, our women. Always got to lift them up. Be the allies, as Eliza was saying yesterday.
Yeah. So real quick, I'm excited to bring Jason on. I don't know if you guys understand how powerful this company has been. Jason Cordner is the person right now that I believe he's an editor, right? Editorial.
Yeah, senior editor.
Senior editor, right? At The Source, and The Source is obviously, listen, if you've been listening to hip hop for the past 20 years, I forgot how long, this is the one person that came into that company, has revamped the company, has continued to move it forward, has changed there's a new culture, it's a new obviously team that's been running The Source for the past few years. So they're coming with incredible new things. But we sat down with him. You're going to have an opportunity to get to know him a lot more. But we just want to give you a little snippet of the conversation that we had because it was unbelievable. And I just loved that conversation. It was ingenious.
Hey, All-Star game last year. Interesting choice, certainly. Definitely. Well, you know, Jay, this has been amazing. I really appreciate you taking the time out to speak to the music entrepreneur audience. You know, this is something that will be convened consistently over the next, year, a couple years. And there's ongoing content from Music Entrepreneur that will be accessible via multiple platforms. And of course, we'd love to have you back and discuss more of your career and the goals of The Source on a future presentation. Are there any things that you want to kind of leave the audience with before we wrap?
I would definitely say, back to the grinding. Just keep grinding out there. Just put the stuff out. Now's a great time to be like really delve into your craft because we're all still right now. We can only go outside, but for so limited time. You talk about Soho
audience.
You talk about Soho House. That's one of my favorite spots. I don't think I've been there since this pandemic has been going on, and now I know that even they're not limiting the amount of people in there. So now's a real good time to be home, working on your craft and putting that content out there because people are looking for content.
Yeah, I'm also a member of Soho House, and I have not been there since March. So
same here, early March. Same here.
Yeah. So, but wait, I do have one last question, because at the end of the day, this is called Music Entrepreneur for a reason, right? This is really about the journey of entrepreneurship. And so the most important question that I want to ask you, because I think this is the one question for which our community comes here for, right? That's why I always ask questions about challenges. I always ask questions about the things you're dealing with, because at the end of the day, we want to teach you how to, the artist, the music entrepreneur, you got to learn what to do when the shit hits the fan. This is what the point is. Entrepreneurship is this, it's like creating, plans and then throwing them away and starting all over again, So, but I do want to ask you, in two, if you can just kind of like give me a concise two-part answer to this. Number one, what is your why?
Okay.
Right? What is your why? And then number two, what do you do to deal with the biggest challenges that come your way from a mental health perspective, right? Because we all deal with the craziness, and also from a businessman perspective, how do you deal with managing a team, that kind of stuff.
Okay, great question.
What is your why first?
My why is actually simple. My why is to give back to the culture, to do my part, especially, I'm a young OG, so I want to give what I've learned throughout the years to the younger crowd, because that's what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? That's what you're supposed to give knowledge to the next generation behind you so they can do what you did in less time. You know what I mean? So they, it took me 20 years to get to the source. So I'm hoping the next guy behind me, it only takes him 4. Things like that. So that's pretty much why I do.
Life hacks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what we got.
for sure.
And I would say the challenges, I would always recommend just deep dive, go into it, because there's going to be another challenge after that. It's like driving, it's like, going up a mountain. Just because you did it once doesn't mean you're not going to be able to do it again. So you're going to have to keep going and going. It's going to be another mountain you got to climb after.
Yeah, sure.
You got to keep getting those notches on your belt. So listen.
And last but not least, and what's the advice you give young artists? This is the one thing I always say, and I say this probably in every interview. Nowadays, your fifth Beatle is the video guy, right? You need the fifth guy to be the video guy because that's the content maker. So, what's the advice you give an artist to, obviously we all say, put out more content, do more music, do more of this. That costs money. That costs, teams got to come together. So what's the advice that you as an entrepreneur can give someone watching so that they can be better leaders and enroll people into their vision better?
I would say definitely attend conferences like this where you're around other like-minded individuals, because you need a team. Everybody needs a team, from the artist to even me. I need a team behind me to make me look great. So just like an artist, you need to build a team. So if you don't have a team right now in place and you're just putting out content, look for like-minded folks. Network, get around other individuals. Like we talk about Soho House again. That's one of my favorite spots. Not because the drinks are good; the drinks are average, but you get some great gems when you go in there from a total stranger, and that's how you build. Just like how we're building right here. This is not gonna be the last time we talk. So things like that. So I would always tell artists, build a team, read your contracts, and just don't do it alone. And be authentic.
Yes.
Be authentic to your music, to your peers, to your fans, because your fans can tell when you're driving them. So.
Well, Jason, thank you so much, brother. This has been amazing.
It's been amazing.
And thanks for that clubhouse invite.
Oh yeah,
I got you, man. We'll see you in the clubhouse for sure.
And from our team at Music Entrepreneur and World Artists United, man, we want to thank you and the Source. And peace out.
Peace, y'all.
Peace. All right. Amazing. That was just a little snippet. Again, we're gonna go ahead and just keep it moving today, because obviously we don't want to make it too long today. But just know that this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. This is going to be an incredible start to something amazing. We're going to continue to bring you people like this that will bring you incredible value. But the Source is a historical hip hop magazine. And obviously they're doing it once a year now. I'm hoping they bring it back and do it at least quarterly. But that's just me, because I'm a hip hop head, and I just love the writing on the Source. I love the articles. I love the 5 mics. There's so much about what the Source has been doing for so long. Again, we're in a short period of time here today. So, but I wanted to go ahead and play this incredible interview from someone that you guys just need to follow right now. Need to follow this man. What you need to make money today. If you're trying to make money with none other than syncing and licensing, this is one of those people in the planet that knows everything that you need to know about syncing and licensing. So please tune in right now. Get your pads and your pens out. You got to write some notes right now, and you're gonna actually learn how to do this the right way. Listen, syncing and licensing is not easy. It doesn't happen. Hacks. There's little tricks you need to do, like finding people on LinkedIn, people on the IMDb, and looking up their music supervisors on the films that are coming, on the films that are happening. There's so much to cover, but we're gonna try to give you a little bit of at least a snippet of what Mark and I had been talking about, which is great. Hold 1 second and let me make sure that this is set up properly.
Hey, I'm back. Neighbor just brought me some jam and soup. She made us some vegetable soup today. We said, we're not going to be able to make ourselves food or take care of ourselves for a few days, so can you hook it up?
This is still downloading.
The power of having great people in your life.
It's really interesting because this video is actually very small and yet it's taking so long on the iPad, coming from the iPad.
Let's hear some of the biggest takeaways. What are some of the biggest takeaways from this event? What have you enjoyed the most? What speakers should we have come back? I'm so curious to know, what you all think.
Read some of the comments and then,
I'm looking here.
Oh yeah, talk about Hi-O and how we can connect. Yes, look, a lot of these speakers, again, incredible people, incredible knowledge, incredible resources. But if you want to link up with them, you got to contact us. I mean, follow us on IG. I don't see some of you may not even be following us on IG. I've had the IG up. I don't see you guys. I don't see any. I mean, I see other followers, but I don't see you guys. So make sure if you want to contact.
Show us some love so you can stay abreast of what we have coming up. I like that word, abreast.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And Jerry, of course, as well. Definitely
Hi-O. That's where you got to go to contact us. And we're going to have a little VIP session. Is it the regular lounge or a VIP lounge?
The regular lounge, yeah. Okay. Everyone get in that regular lounge. Again, that's going to be open through I think, Wednesday night. So we're going to have some things. You're going to see us popping up here and there. I'll be sending out those push notifications. I'm so addicted to that. I'm so excited about that. So we can just really get it out there quickly. But Hi-O, I just think it's super cool. You can schedule a meeting with us. You can direct message us. You can connect other people. If there's 2 people that you met during the conference, you want to connect to them. You can actually connect people in your network as well. So we're going to be using that a whole bunch.
That's dope.
So please make sure to stay within the community. Again, the event as of Wednesday night will shut down. We'll have more. So you'll see other things popping up. And the only way you'll know about it is being in touch with the community. So we'll post that stuff there. You'll check in periodically. Again, let's get those forums going. We need to know your questions. Maybe I'll bring it up right now, see what people are doing. Let's see. Ooh, it's getting hot in here. Who's in there?
We're ready
Marcus Carroll, we've been talking. A few of us going back and forth. Ramiz.
I have it all
Tracy
set up
Cruz.
already, ready to go.
All right, Mark Frazier, the man. Let's make some money with Sync. Let's hear what he's got to say. And Ana Garcia, thanks for being our resident artist, manager, and asking Mark some really great questions that we know everyone watching is really going to want to know.
And
enjoy.
Here we go. And what's going on? Welcome one more time to the Music Entrepreneur Conference 2020. We have a special guest. I'm so excited about Mark Friser being here from the Sync Summit. And if you guys know, and you've been following me for a minute, you already know the Sync Summit has been incredible. It's been incredible for me. I've been attending. I've been participating. It's been incredible. We started in New York City, and that was an incredible experience. Actually, I don't know if I've ever told you, Mark, but that video that I did with you there, like a little phone video or whatever.
That was cool.
It got a bunch of views, so that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was. I remember.
Yeah, that was at your conference. And then, of course, we follow that up with, Singapore,
Yeah.
and to not stop there, we ended up in Japan. So
Yep.
It's been an amazing journey. I really love having you here. And, thank you once again.
Well, thank you. It goes both ways. I've been delighted to get to know you and your partner, Rachel, over the last couple of years. To be a part of your conference has been a true joy. I got right off of an airplane from Tokyo and went straight to your conference last year when we were all able to do that. And I fought back jet lag to be a part of it, I think, the entire day because it was that good. So many great people, so many great conversations. Really.
Talk a little bit more about the kinds of supervisors that you're bringing into this year. You're bringing in a whole slew of new people. So I want to.
What's really cool this year is that we're not bound by borders or travel the way we used to be. Like, my friend Koki, who I know you met in Tokyo.
Yeah.
I know this is going to sound funny, but Koki works at Coca-Cola Japan, and he just happens to be named Koki all his life. But anyway, Kogi runs marketing at Coca-Cola Japan. And if you wanted to go and see him and talk to him and watch him DJ like he did last year at our party, which he won't be doing this year, unfortunately, you'd have to go to Tokyo for it. And, while going to Tokyo, I can assure you, is awesome. We can't do that right now. But you know what we can do? We can ask Koki to join us from Tokyo. And you don't have to pay all that money and take all that time to fly all those time zones to see him. So, yeah, it's not cheap. It's worth it, but it's not cheap. But
it's 100% worth it. I mean, some of the relationships I gained there, again, thanks to you for inviting me to speak there, valuable. And to this day, I remain friends with them, and obviously, these are potential strategic business partners. And you had all kinds of people there from Live Nation, from Sony, from different parts of the world. So, it is an incredible. But by the way, again, you don't have to fly to Tokyo to get all these opportunities. If you go to syncsummit.com, and I'm not just plugging you just because you're here, Mark, it is truly a valuable site. If you go there, you'll gain a lot of information. But more importantly, you'll get opportunities to, be like in the Sync Cafe, for example, to participate, to listen, to watch, to be a part of it, and to, again, connect with incredible people.
Absolutely. We have a lot of things that you can do without even spending a penny. Come to our events every couple of days, every 3 days a week, the Sync Cafes. Join our Slack group, join our Facebook community. There's thousands of people in there collaborating with each other, answering questions, asking questions. And then if you want to do things with us that are a little bit different, if more sort of focused, you can come to the virtual Sync Summit, and that's all over the world. People are going to be coming in from Japan, Europe, India, and of course America and South America, from all over the world, literally. We've got so many people speaking. It's really going to be awesome. Then we have our courses that we do. I partner with a music supervisor typically, and we take on issues like how to do sync for TV and film, how to do sync for advertising, how to do sync for trailers, things like that. Then we also have a monthly subscription service that we do that music supervisor Chris Molaire and I do. Chris is a big TV music supervisor. He'd laugh at the way I just said that, but basically he does legacies. He used to do the Vampire Diaries. He did Get Out. He did Antebellum. So a lot of amazing TV and film. He does legacies and he does Stargirl. So lots of amazing content. And the thing is,
boom.
He and I have created a consultation service that people subscribe to, where you get me as a sync agent and him as a music supervisor to give you advice on deals, to tell you people that you should speak to get recommendations, and also to get your songs checked out by us. And also, one thing that's really cool is that we share live briefs. And what I mean by live briefs are actual projects that are happening, either projects he's working on or other people that you can submit music to. So there's a whole bunch of stuff we do for you.
Mark, here's something really cool. We have a little treat for you. This is going to be amazing. We have an amazing guest today. I know you are not expecting this, but you're always ready for the. Her name is Ana Garcia, music manager and a recent business graduate in music. So, Ana, please meet Mark Friser. Mark, meet Ana.
Hi, Mark. It's so nice to meet you.
Ana, it is so great to meet you. So tell me a little bit about yourself and what you've done and, what you're doing and how Sync comes into play and all the rest of that.
Of course. No, Mark, first of all, it's so nice to meet you. It's such an honor I feel like so privileged to be speaking with you right now.
I'm the one who's privileged to speak to you, okay? I'm honored to get to meet somebody new and somebody who's working hard in the industry. So it goes both ways.
Thank you so much. So
talk about you.
Of course, yeah, I'll just try to make it quick. I'm working right now as an artist manager. Starting out, I'm kind of like in a learning process, kind of growing with the artists that I'm working with. Learning all these different fields that you can take your music to, it's not only like release on Spotify, just kind of all these different things that you can do. And right now, especially with Corona, since they cannot tour, they cannot perform, Sync has become like a big part of like an income for them. I mean, yeah, so just like looking to how we can take this music and utilize that for something that might not be like a concert or just a live stream. So I've been actually trying to explore opportunities with Sync and just kind of doing some research on my own of how to get this song heard by, the decision makers. So I took the liberty to write down some questions for you because this is
Yes, I'm all ears. I'm here for you. So just tell me what you want to know.
All of it. I'm kidding. Well, I have classmates that work on like as music supervisors, composers. So I've had conversations with them about like how does one get to the ears of the decision makers, and I've heard multiple things, but I just need to go to the source. Ask you. What is, as an indie artist that I don't have like a label backing me up or like a team, like a Sync team pitching on my behalf, what is the best way to reach supervisors that would be like, okay, I'm going to listen to your track?
Okay, fair enough. There's two ways, right? One way is finding yourself a Sync agent, somebody who in exchange for taking a percentage of, if they get you a deal, they'll take a percentage of that deal. Usually it should be between 20 to 35%. That's usually what I take, and that's what a lot of people I know take. Sometimes it can go up to taking 50%, but it shouldn't go over that. But that's one thing. Find a Sync agent, and that means you have to do some research on them. We have some resources for that at syncsummit.com where we can help you with that too. But that's one avenue. So the other avenue is, and we can talk about that a little more if you want, but the other avenue is how do you go about doing it yourself? It's very difficult because you have to do a few things. You have to, first of all, prepare yourself, meaning you have to have your music ready from a creative point of view, and from a technical point of view, it's got to be mixed and mastered well. Then you've got to have your metadata correct. Your basic metadata has to work. And that way it's searchable and findable for people. And then the third thing that you need to do is make sure that and you have permission from all the people who are a part of this production. All the people that own the master, if it's more than one master owner, all the people that own the publishing or writers. You need to make sure you have agreements with all of them signed. If you had any work for hires, make sure that those people are signed off and that you have the documentation. That's really important. So that's the preparation side. The other big important part of the preparation side is researching who you're going to talk to. So basically, you know, if you want to send an email out to a music supervisor and you like what they do, go on imdb.com, find out what else they do, try to find their website, really do some research and learn who they are as a person and a music supervisor, because all music supervisors usually will have a unique sort of feel or sound or things that they work with. And if you get to know that, you get to know them. Then once you have all of that together, then you can approach them. And, you know, this is a lot of research and work. I'd say it takes at least a year to really do it, you know, and that means a lot of research online, going to things like this conference, going to things like our Sync Summit, going to things that the Guild of Music Supervisors has, lots of different things like that, where you can find out what people in the music industry are thinking and who they are. Then you start to do your outreach. So your outreach should be targeted, focused, and personalized, and it should be very brief, meaning if you're reaching out to somebody who doesn't know you, you should, you know, have a very quick email, 3 paragraphs. One paragraph is just a link to music, and it should have no more than 3 songs total in that link. So you pick your 3 best songs out. Maybe you tailor it a little bit to the person that you're sending it to based on what they do. You introduce yourself, introduce the band very quickly, and then, you know, at the end of it, you let them know that if they want to hear more, you will be happy to send them more. So that's how you bring yourself out to the world. And also, you should, I mean, these are things you should do regardless of sync, but have a decent website so people can go to it. Have all of your social media together. Also, in terms of outreach to a music supervisor, you can search for their email address if you can't find it. I'd say going into their social media. Most music supervisors I know have Instagram, and sending them a DM is not a bad idea. As long as it's focused and it's really like, you know, you're doing it from a point of view of trying to be of service to them, introducing something new and interesting, you're going to find that a lot of people will get back to you. But you've got to make sure that you finesse it, you focus it the right way. And then the next thing is, what do you do about follow-up? Okay, follow-up is the last thing. You can't do too much follow-up, first of all. You can't send them an email every week or every 2 weeks saying, hey, did you listen to the music? Did you listen to the music? They'll remember you, but not if you do that, but not in the way you want to be remembered. So the right way to go about it is sort of take advantage of, you know, like what Steve Jobs used to do in his presentations. One more thing, like you follow up with them in a month, basically, 3 weeks to a month, and say something along the lines of this. Listen, I hope that you enjoyed the music that I had sent you. And what I'd like to introduce to you is one more song that I've been working on, or one release that we've had. So you give them something new, and you put that in a separate email. You don't put it in the same email chain. It's a new email. So that way you're hitting their inbox with something new, and it really is something new. It's something different. It's not just like, hey, did you listen to the music I sent? Did you listen to the music I sent? Nobody wants that. It's like a kid in the car in the back seat going, are we there? Are we there? And the parents like, stop it. That's what music supervisors feel like. And you know, I hate to say that, but you know, they get so many emails, or I get so many emails that, you know, you have to position yourself the right way so that people go, oh, yeah, let me check that out. Oh, yeah, I remember that person. So that's a kind of a long explanation, but I wanted to give it to you. At the end of the day, it's a lot of hard work. That's really what it comes down to. If you want to basically set up your own sync agency, that's what you're doing as an artist or as a manager if you do what I said. Or
you know what's great?
Yeah,
Mark, I just wanted to interject is that, you know, with all this amazing advice you're giving her, you know, think about it. She could potentially become a strategic partner for you in her city in Colombia.
Without a doubt.
In her city, Medellin, and in all of Colombia, she could potentially become a strategic partner. I mean, let's face it, Colombia doing pretty good right now with some music out there.
Colombia is always doing good with music. You've always got great music.
It's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
true.
yeah.
A lot of talented
So,
people. Just saying.
yeah, for sure, for sure. I
And
definitely
Anna,
have way too much fun when I'm in Colombia. That's the only problem.
No, it's never a problem.
I always have fun, and I love Colombia. It's always fun. But I will tell you something, Anna. If you want to get in touch with me directly, and I'm putting this out there to the world because I'm like this, just go to Mark with a K at syncsummit.com, SYNCSUMMIT, and I'll be happy to answer any further questions, see how much I can help you, etc. So we can follow up after this. And I've just opened myself up to 300 emails, but that's okay. I don't mind.
But now you know, mine you have to open. I won't be the kid like you.
I will, definitely.
No, that's so interesting. Can I ask you just like 2 more questions?
Absolutely, you can ask me more questions. Yes.
I love asking questions. I always like write 15 down and then I'm like, okay, calm down, me. Okay, so when you're saying about the links, I've heard multiple things about where to store your music. You know, so people tell me disco, get disco, and that way, like it's easier to share your songs because it automatically transfers your metadata, so people don't have to be asking you like, okay, so who's the master owner or what percentage does this publisher have, blah blah blah. I just want to know, in your opinion, which is the best way to kind of share those tracks, or where to store the music. If you've used disco, what your thoughts are, if you think it's like it's a must, or
I'll give you my take on it. Okay. I love disco. I'm basically disco should be paying me and a lot of my music supervisor friends money, because all we ever do is talk about how great disco is and how good it is and how people should adopt it, because it was created actually by music supervisors who wanted to create a standard that would help store, deliver, and compile metadata specifically for sync purposes. And they've done that. And they're also very responsive when things need to be changed or when you have questions. So I love the disco crew. I just wish that they would kick something back to me and my homies for all the love we've given. But with that said, I truly do love them. They're great. But with that said, if you're using Dropbox or Box, that's fine too. It's okay. The one thing that I will say is that ultimately, in terms of storage and delivery, even though I like disco, you don't have to use disco. I'll be more agnostic when it comes to it and say that you need to do 3 things. The first thing you need to do is, no matter what delivery system you use, make sure your links never expire. That's the number one thing above everything else. So many times people will send me something with WeTransfer and I don't have time to look at it now, or I say, oh, you know what? My listening to music day is next week or in 10 days. And then I sit down and I'm going to have my music listening day for 7 hours. And I go to this and I'm like, it's expired. I'm not going to get in touch with you and tell you to send me a new link. I'm just going to move on. And that's just like music listening day. But what about if I really needed something and I put your initial email in a folder? Like, I didn't have a chance to listen to it. You sent it to me and it's in a folder that's marked, Colombian salsa. And I'm just going to use that as an example. And I've got something that's taking place in Colombia in a film where I need Colombian salsa. And I go to my file and there's like 4 pieces there, because I probably don't know that many people who have Colombian salsa. So there's like 4 pieces there. You've got a 1 in 4 chance potentially of having your music used. And then I click on it and it goes nowhere. Well, now you've just made it a 1 in 3 chance for everybody else. So, you have to make sure that your links do not expire. And it sounds like I'm taking this too seriously, but I'm not. I'm taking a lot of time with it, but it's really serious.
It's such advice, but yet so practical, because that's the reality that happens to me all the time as well, with artists that want us to check them out, obviously, to sign them to WoW and whatever. And
yeah.
These things that expire, and I'm too busy. I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to ask you for it. I'm not going to chase you for it. It's gone.
I'm not going to play Sherlock Holmes. I mean, it's one thing. It's one thing if it's like, oh, there was like something. If I'm working with a director and they want me to get like some old like Led Zeppelin track, yeah, it's a different thing. Then it's like, yeah, I'm going to track you down. I'm going to track down everybody that I can, that I know that can help me get that deal done. But you're trying to get your first point of contact with me or somebody else. You got to have that link working forever. That's one thing. Another thing is that you got to make sure that you send MP3s, no waves, and no AIFF files. MP3s are good because they're low. They're low bandwidth. Doesn't take a long time to download, and also they're universal. Yeah, but later on you have to have a WAV file or an AIFF file. We have to have a lossless format file for usage in an actual show or an ad. The other thing is, when you send music, never, never, ever, ever, ever send an attachment. Okay? Just don't send an attachment of an MP3. What you should do is send a link that does two things, and this is a must. It streams. That's the easy part to remember. That's really easy, but also it allows download of each track that you're sending. That's really important, and let me tell you why. Because when a music supervisor or producer or somebody else is getting your music, they may like the song so much that they also have a current project they're working on. And they're going to want to take that piece of music, edit it in really quickly into the scene, and share it with the showrunner, the person who runs the TV show, the director, the producer, maybe even the advertiser, maybe some of the actors, because they can come to a quick decision on it and say, yeah, you know, this really pops with this scene. Let's go and get that deal done. And that's something you got to have, because if you don't have that, chances are, you know, you're going to waste the time of the music supervisor if they're really interested in you. They don't, again, they might actually track you down, but don't take the chance. Have that link that downloads and streams. And then the last, yeah, these are simple little things, but they trip everybody up. And then the last thing is be ready, if you can, with potential to have an instrumental and a potential to share stems. And because, you know, TV, they don't really need stems that much, but if you're dealing with advertising, you better believe it. So, you know, make sure when you can to have stems and instrumentals ready. And be willing to work with the music supervisor if you need to, in order to help them to do an edit. Like if you're working with an ad supervisor, a lot of times they'll come back to you and go, wow, this song is really great. Give me a 30-second edit with like these points on it. And you got to be ready. You got to be ready to go. So that's a lot of information there, Anna.
Okay. Now there is, sorry, my apologies.
Okay, we're back.
We were just testing, making sure you're paying attention.
Make sure you're aware, you know, you're on your toes. Thank you for holding us accountable to that. Really, just happy that you all have been here, stuck with us. You who are listening right now, you're the determined ones. You're the real MEcon super fans. No, you're the ones who are going to make it, because you know what? This takes time. This takes dedication, and you're showing that. So we want to know, please, right now, make sure that we have all of your social handles. Post them right now. Put that. We've got Angel here.
Wait, hold on.
He's going to hop on.
Are you subscribed? Are you subscribed to the channel?
Oh, of course. You got to get subscribed to the channel. But also, send us yours so we can connect with you. And I'm going to even pass over my phone to Angel right now so we can get this up. So put your handles, make sure you're sharing. Send us emails, give us some feedback. Again, your questions, all that. I sound like a broken record, but please do it. We want to know. We want to know what you liked, what you didn't like, how we can improve the experience. Of course, as we all get into this new virtual reality that we are in, we're gonna, just get better at this and have more tools and just ways for everyone to get connected. But Ohio is pretty dope with that. So if you haven't subscribed to our newsletter as well, at musicentrepreneurconference.com and World Artists United, you want to make sure to do that so you'll get all of our information going forward. I've got lots of additional books to share, cool things, so you're going to see that all in the newsletter, and just, tips to move forward. So thank you so much again for tuning in and being a part of this. We love you. We appreciate you. We're excited. We're going to go chat for a little bit in the lounge. Remember, it's the regular Music Entrepreneur Lounge. The password is welcome20, so you want to be in there. Any final words you want to leave people with?
Yeah. Again, make sure you connect with us. Make sure you leave us on Instagram. Is probably the best way to connect. Make sure you leave messages. Make sure you follow. Do me a favor, all of you that are watching right now, go follow at Music Entrepreneur. We got to boost that channel up. Obviously, subscribe here.
And share it with your artist friends. Obviously, all this stuff is going to be there. People are going to be able to see it. So we're also going to be dropping other content from our previous conferences. This is the third one, so we've got a ton of information. Our podcast is coming out, so you're going to see that. We're going to play some of the old conference segments and just bring them back on to figure out what they're doing now and what new things they have to share.
It's up to you, right? It's up to you. If we continue to do this, it's all up to you, because if we're not seeing that you are caring about the information, then we're just going to go on with our own merry life and continue to do amazing things with World Artists United, making money, branding, marketing, commercials, TV. You'll see a whole bunch of amazing things this year coming up 2021, including a feature film. Oh man, we should have played that trailer, but it's okay, another time. Alexi Barrio Nuevo, big ups to you, big ups to our partners on that. Nolan, of course, a partner on that film, and everybody else that has been involved with World Artists United to this point, in the past or present, and those that are going to be here with us in the future. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And again, if you want us to continue to do stuff like, oh, by the way, we're going to drop vlogs too. That's going to be dope. You guys are not even ready for the kind of vlogs that we're going to drop. In other words, pre-recorded short films. Yes, we're coming with it. We're going to come with that. We're going to come with new music, new artists. And by the way, I know we promised you that we were going to have Aiden. There's been a communication process. He's in LA. He's doing a bunch of stuff. Go check out his stream on Twitch, Aiden Music. I'm going to go ahead. Do you mind? Just go ahead and put in Aiden Music so people can follow him on IG right there.
Yep.
He is a genius. He's brilliant. We've been working with him for a while now. We took him on tour last year. Oh, yes, there's one last thing that we wanted to cover. Oh my gosh. This is big. Do you guys remember that we mentioned our friend Magic, right? We mentioned our friend Magic. He is Magic. He's an incredible human being. He's my best friend. He's somebody that we love very much, like family. Well, Magic has COVID, and it's not good. Meaning he's okay, but he's fighting it. But meaning he told me straight up, he's like, Jay, this is crazy. This is a real deal. This is like no joke. I don't even know. I've been like, And come on, let's be real. He for just a little bit at the very beginning, he was the extreme. He was wearing all. You remember he was wearing like the hazmat suit type thing.
He was all and no, he's been careful.
No. But then for a few weeks, he was like, you know what? Forget about it. I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. And well, he caught it. He caught the virus, and he's been very, very sick. And I actually asked him if he could join us for a quick call.
Yeah, so please protect yourself out there. You know what? Wear your mask, do their thing, wash the hands. You know the deal. We don't want anyone to get sick. We want to keep you all safe. Also,
I do have one last little surprise after this. Go.
Oh, you got one more surprise? Yeah. Okay. No, just wanted to give another shout out to our sponsors for helping us make this happen. We love you. We couldn't have done this without you. So please, really quick, Jeff Hammer, he's in the chat. Jeff, thank you so much. For everyone, if you're not following Jeff yet, you need to be. It is jeff.hammer.395. So follow him, Northwestern Mutual. The Music Fund, please get in there. The Music Fund. Tell your friends, tell your family, anyone who you think could be eligible for some money. We want to get you that cash. So the Music Fund, follow them. Fusicology, thanks for sharing. Fusicology.com. You want to make sure to go to their site, see all the latest media in global music, Quasi as well, Fedia. So excited for our partnership with him, with Meta and his accelerator, our test management group, for everything. If you've got a music startup, you better let us know about it. Send us your deck, send us some information, let us know where you're at. We're going to be, we've got about 10, maybe 12 spots, and we've already, I think, got about 7 of them full for the accelerator, so we may take on a few more. So definitely send us that message, let us know why we should be supporting you. I think Gary's going to be a big part of that, and we've got a lot more coming with that. So
Keep going. We've got
who
something
else? You got something big to share?
Yes.
All right, we'll get it going. Let's hear it. Let's see it. Great. Jeff shared his handle in there. While Jalen's getting that set up, of course, you know me, let me go back through some of these materials. This is the part that I love. I told you 10 pages a day, you can learn anything. You can get through all of these in the next 6 months. So please do. Here's a few resources, financially forward, really cool, just breakdown of how to use today's digital tools to earn more, save better, and spend smarter. So Jeff, we'll have to give you a copy of this and see if you approve, but I think you will. Just some really cool ideas in there. Tribal leadership, you want to build a tribe, you want to see where your tribe is. It's all about the language that you use. Are you talking about I all the time, or talking about we, and really focused on the team and talking about the team, the money team, right? So that's what you want to focus on. And then I mentioned this one because, listen, there's no success if you're not taking care of your health. So the unconventional medicine, things like that, you want to take care of that gut so you can take care of your brain. And I could go on, but I won't.
But you should, because I gotta get this.
Because you need a little extra time? Okay, so I should keep talking. What are some of your favorite books? Do you have some tips out there? Jeff, what are some, maybe websites or tools, books that you could share that we could start to read and just really become more financially savvy? Do you have some things that you could share with us? We'd love to see that in the chat. Hearing a little bit about loved Think and Grow Rich. Yes, of course, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. There's a really great book too with created by the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And thinking of his face in my mind right now, The Secret Knock is his company. But anyways, this book is called 3 Feet from Gold. So Napoleon Hill's book, obviously it was written decades ago. So some of the language, it can be a little deep. You might have to get through it a couple of times. But 3 Feet from Gold really takes the same principles, but it's just written in a little bit more of a, creative, interesting type of way. So 3 Feet from Gold, that's a great read. What else do we have in here? Yes, the compound effect. I wish I could bring up an image of the compound effect, but if you look up some stuff about this, my mentor, Jeff Olson, incredible guy, this is one of the things that he taught me was that, let's say, you know, your goal, reaching your goal is 100%, right? That's 100% of your effort. Well, oftentimes it's the last 20% of the journey where you see 80% of the results. So that first 80% of the journey, you're thinking, am I getting anywhere? Am I getting anywhere? You're growing a little bit. The compound effect's going from, you know, 2 fans to 4 fans to 8 fans. And we're thinking, I got to make more money than this. I can't survive off of 8 new fans. But soon that turns to 16 to 32 to 64. Hopefully my math skills are working with me, but you get the point, right? That compound effect starts to hit in. So it's really that last 20% of your journey where you see 80% of the results, because then 100 fans turn into 200, turn into 400, turn into 800, and then you really kick that in. So that is something super important to definitely keep in mind. Indira, thank you. I do believe we had amazing people on here. And hopefully, no matter what type of music journey you're on, that you really found something that'll, you know, tips and strategies and tools that you can implement into your business. We've really set up this conference so that any type of entrepreneur, even if it's outside of music, there's something you're going to get from it. We had a lot of people even last year at the event that were in different industries. They came to support and show love in the beverage industry and all of that. And they just couldn't stop talking about all the great nuggets that they had. Last year's conference, we had a lot of tools in e-commerce, in branding. Oh, a really great book. Let's see if I can find it real quick.
All right, so we're gonna have two last calls on I believe this is gonna be on Zoom. So these are just 2 quick ones. Oh yeah.
There you go.
Vern Allman, big time mentor for
one.
us. Yes.
All right, it's all you, Jay.
So waiting for one phone call to come in right now, and then also stand by on Zoom. So
ooh, Limitless, Jim Quick. You know, I've seen a lot of his YouTube videos and things. I haven't read any of his books, but he's pretty great. So Limitless, Jim Quick. We're gonna have to get that. Jim, I think he also talks about just how to be able to read faster, process more. If you don't feel like, oh, you're, you know, really a great reader. I know he talks about that as well. We've got Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Of course, just that mindset shift. Bob Proctor, yes, You Were Born Rich. Okay, I don't know that one. I have seen Bob Proctor speak before at the Secret Knock. That was really cool. With Greg Reed, that's the author.
all right, so we have a super special guest. We're gonna go ahead and put her in here real quick. Hold on, let me make sure I'm on mute. She's unmuted, and in a second, where's the headphones? Because we're gonna need the headphones. Headphones. Yes, both headphones. And we're gonna go ahead and get on this quick call with her and say what's up. I'm sure you guys will be excited because you guys were going crazy yesterday commenting on her. And so, voila! Here is the one and only Akazi. Let's make sure that the sound is good. We don't even know if the sound is good at this point, but we're gonna try and make it work.
Can you hear me?
Let me see. Can I hear you? Can you guys hear her?
Yeah.
Talk.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Talk again.
We're good.
Yes.
I can.
Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about you all out there?
Can you guys hear her?
Can you hear?
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like everybody's on point. Everybody can hear you. We are all here. And wow. Well, first of all, Akazi, big ups to you. I mean, we love the work that you've been putting in. And obviously, before I even get started, I just want to give a big shout out to Jose Aquino, who is actually the person that put us together, and made it possible for us to meet. I mean, he super fired up about your music to the point that he came to to us several times, like, you gotta check her out. You just gotta check her out. And we were so busy that we were like, oh yeah, we will when we get time. But finally, we've been rocking to your music for a minute, and we played your intro video yesterday, your Why video, right?
Meet Akazi, yes.
And people were like, they lost it.
we love that. I said all we gotta do is just pop that Apple logo right on there.
Yeah,
I really think it was such high quality. And just really motivational. As soon as people saw that, they said, oh my gosh, I'm her #1 fan. Hopefully you got some new fans yesterday, some new followers.
I did. It's on Twitter and Instagram. I was like, oh, hey.
Sweet.
I followed everybody back.
Nice. So tell us a little bit about what's going on with you, how everything's going, and obviously how we can support your music, obviously.
Yeah, well, I think, Jalen, I think you probably know the most about what I've been doing, but I started a media company called Cordner Media, and I have about 5-6 producers underneath me. I'm the main writer for the company as of right now, and we've been just making so much music, pitching stuff for commercials and TV. We're currently working on a show for Fox right now, which is really exciting, and all new things, which is really cool. But yeah, I've just, since being in the music industry and just kind of like being an artist, but also being a songwriter, and like also being able to be a female producer, I've been like, man, you kind of just need a hub for everything to go. So you're kind of moving as a business entity and not just a creator in this industry, So that's kind of been like the building blocks for my past year or so, is just kind of putting pieces together for the company and the business and moving those things. So, I have a unit of people now that I can kind of go to for all music needs, and we do a lot of different stuff. So it's been really cool. It's been a lot of work to build it from the ground up.
I bet. So that's why we wanted to have you on here, because obviously we've had some legends, leaders, and innovators, and had a couple of up-and-coming artists as well. But we have a relationship with you where we know you personally, and we know that you're going through the struggles and through the challenges and running your own company and building something special. And obviously the idea is to get people to hear from you exactly the steps that you're taking to make this journey even better and easier. So what would be the one challenge that you're going through right now, and 2, the one thing that you're doing right that you think other people should do?
I'm going to start with the right one first, if that's okay. I think the best thing I could have ever done for myself as a creative is to put myself in the mindset of make yourself so dope and full of so much knowledge in every aspect of what you do that no one can ever take it. Because I feel like a lot of times creatives put themselves in positions to rely on someone else's, I don't want to say like resources, but more so just their knowledge of how to do things. And it doesn't give you, like, if that person goes and leaves and decides, I'm going to take all my knowledge elsewhere and do it with something else, like, you have to learn from the ground up. You have to start over. And I think a lot of times having records, I've worked with a lot of producers that, were not the nicest in the beginning. They would take records and go back on contracts or go back on their word. And then that made me be like, okay, well, now I need to be better on my contracts and better on my business.
There you go.
I didn't have anybody to do that, So that's putting my head down and learning to read and write those contracts, and finding people that can maybe go over them for you, or like just putting yourself in a position that, like, let's say 10 years from now, like, I own what I do. And that's really important to me, because I want to help build other people eventually, but to be able to know how your business and what you do works from the inside out and every of it, I feel like that just gives you such an advantage down the road in sustaining things, because then you're not really reliant on everybody else.
Exactly. Well, 2 more questions. Go ahead, Rachel. I know you had a question for her. And what was that?
Well, I mean, I could ask you a million questions. One thing that we have talked about, and I think especially for, you know, the other females that are watching this right now, you've had, you know, obviously we've had some conversations just of dealing with men in the studio and, you know, a lot of uncomfortable just times and issues. Like, how do you deal with that? Obviously, you know, with the position that you are and the number of, you know, male producers, you know, versus female producers, what's that been like for you? How do you kind of, you know, navigate the industry as the boss babe that you are?
Man. It's not easy. It's really not. Like, because a lot of times when you have something to actually offer, I do feel like it's not always the first thing that is seen when you're in rooms. Sometimes it's more looks and I guess vibes that you give off that you're maybe not intentionally giving off that can lead to misconceptions. And a lot of times those are so hard to navigate because you don't always know the intention of why people want to help you. So I think that what I do now is I take the time to get to know the people that I know, because I'm like, if I don't feel weird and I don't feel like, you know, skeptical or like I got to put a guard up with you, cool, we can definitely, it puts down all the boundaries and the walls that would be there in the studio, you know, in the music and stuff. And like, and two, there's just sometimes that you put your foot down and you just have to be kind of mean. You really do. Like, sometimes you just gotta be like, nah, it's never happening. Don't do that. You know, I'm here to work. I'm here to like get done what needs to be done.
Wait, do you girls call that resting bitch face? Is that what you girls call it? I mean, I've heard that being said. I don't say that, but I've heard that that's what the comment that I hear a lot of people say.
Resting bitch face is just like a thing that like people have, because I think men can have it too. I think that's just like a like you're just hard to read. But I think there is a difference, because I do feel like women, because it's such a male dominant industry, we do have to put up boundaries, and we have to like know how to set those from the beginning, and how to like, and if they're not respected, we have to put our foot down hard, because I'm sure every woman can say at least one or two times like their boundaries have been tested. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. It totally is. Totally is.
And there's always that balance, because I think for me sometimes I'm like over kind of self-conscious about, do I have resting bitch face? I don't want people to think, you know, if I'm not smiling that I'm, you know, not happy and all of that. So I have to like put on this, you know, smile more often and just be more friendly and all of that. But then that gets taken out of context as well, because then people think you're being too friendly with them, you're flirting with them, something like that. So
well, you know, one of my friends gave me like the best advice ever, and I think I've really tried to live by this, but he was like, you know, show up to every situation 100% you. That way nobody can ever like really, no one can ever say anything otherwise. If you show up and you're like just being you 100%, if they can't take it for what it is at that time, then maybe they just don't vibe with you, and that's okay, you know. Yeah. But I think there is a real power in just being like sticking to what you believe in, what you know. Yeah.
So what's your team looking like right now? You know, you are putting out like ton of content, different things. You're always on the move, moving forward. What's that process looking like?
I have a team of producers. I'm mainly the writer, and my artistry, which I know you guys saw yesterday with the Run video, which thank you so much for playing that. It's awesome. Yeah, so I have some directors that I work with, and we just started a vlog. So this year there will be definitely way more of an insight and look into like the process in the team, which was really important for me to start, because I wanted, one, people to get to know me, but also get to know everyone that I work with. And two, I wanted people to see what goes on behind what goes on. So there'll be like mini-sodes, there'll be blog episodes, there'll be making of it episodes. And yeah, we're just kind of like, just trying to show more of the culture and kind of what really goes on behind the scenes and what makes everything possible, because it is a lot of work. I don't think people actually really realize, like, you know, it's me and one other person producing the songs, and then it's me and one director coming up with all of the visual ideas and writing all of the concepts and putting them together, and then I'm producing everything in terms of video. So I'm playing every role: makeup artist, you know, wardrobe, creative directing, and like you literally take on every hat, and then you have to get it out to people, and that's a whole other administration thing that I don't think people understand. Like, you have to build a mailing list, you have to build a fan base, you have to get it on platforms, you have to network, you have to do all these other things, and then if you want money, you got to go find that, and like it's just a lot. I don't think people really realize, and my team is small, but I look for people that can do everything or do what they do. Like, if you're a video director, I want you to be able to edit, direct, creative direct, and like, you know, produce. Like, I want you to be able to play more than one role, because that just makes you stronger, you know. Those are kind of the people that I look for.
No doubt.
So what's next for you, 2021? What are the big goals, and also what are your learning goals? What things do you want to get better at this year?
Definitely this year for learning, I want to get better at marketing. I think marketing is my biggest thing that I'm trying to learn to take on this year, and like the story arc of how marketing works, how to psychology. Like, I feel like a lot of songwriting and music anyway is storytelling, so it's like just another learning with that. But and then, you know, I have like 3 or 4 projects that are ready to go for this year. I'm sitting on about 5 or 6 music videos, and we're finishing up another project now, and we're just gonna roll out with this vlog and a ton of content this year. More content than we had last year, definitely.
All right, beautiful. Well, listen, we're glad. I know that you're constantly in meetings and doing your thing. I actually pulled you out of a meeting to get you into this phone call at the end, but I really wanted to at least get it in and just get some conversation so that people can see you on here in our community. As you know, people obviously are going to watch this video later on. A lot of people that are reconnecting and seeing and come back for the knowledge and the wisdom from everybody that's here. Your experience is very important. The things you talk about and you're talking about is something that a lot of people will relate to, obviously, because they're going through it, you know. And you know, from here on, the conference for us, follow your dreams, you know. Exactly. For us, the conference is over, by the way, as of today, so we're gonna have a lot more time to finally reconnect. It's been freaking hectic for us, but we're loving it. We're not complaining. We're just saying it's been really crazy. You know, I was moving around the studio, around buying equipment, doing a bunch of things as a company, but we'll reconnect with you and looking forward to it.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
All right, Akazi, bye.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. That's awesome. We have one last call. He's calling in now. And yeah, so excited that we got that phone call in. But this one is more of a PSA. The message that I want to get you guys to hear is more of a PSA. Very important. Let's see. You want to connect with people in Ohio? You want to get people popping?
Yeah, I'm on there. I'm waiting for those messages. So come on through. Let's get it done. And definitely, like she says, you know, about really narrowing in on marketing. That's why we've got Tara Gupta working on her master class. We've had quite a few people already reach out, want to do some consulting with her and some different things, hire her for their companies. She knows her stuff. So you're going to want to finish watching that session, and then we'll let you know when that masterclass is ready. And
this is the last couple of minutes. I want to introduce you to somebody. He's somebody very special for us, and obviously someone that is going to... Oh, look, we're double. Yay. So see, that's kind of cool because one camera is here. This is the crappy MacBook Pro. They should make it 4K. Why don't they just already make it 4K? That makes no sense. You pay so much money for this laptop.
I'm sure that'll be
It
the next
should be
feature.
4K.
They're gonna say, hey, oh yeah, even though you just got that computer, you're gonna have to get the next one because we're ready to go.
Yeah,
with
for
4K.
sure. And he's about to log on. But the point is that, you know, we want for you guys to really understand like the importance of you staying safe. This is a key moment in history. In the paradigm that is happening with COVID is extremely important. Get information if you're not sure about what to do, how to do it by now. With all the information that's out, I'm not sure what you're doing. But be safe, wash your hands, do all those things. And we're hoping that, you know, this is by 2021, this is gonna pretty much disappear.
So Magic coming up, you know, he's a singer, songwriter. He's got a music degree from, do you remember what school he went to? Super dope, always down to collab, awesome guy. You know, he's been traveling around the world with us. He came out to Italy with us. That's actually how we know Aiden and how we got to go on that whole amazing excursion. So yeah, he's just one of those, you know, ride or die kind of friends who's just always, he gets the vision and he rolls up his sleeve, he works, he gives us his time, he gives us his support. Right now, unfortunately, you know, he's going through it.
We got it.
So we want to give him some. We want to give him some love, y'all. You know, send him some good vibes right now, so he can heal quickly. And yeah, just get through this kind of crazy time.
Oh, there he is. Oh, jeez.
Oh my God.
Like that. Hold on. It's like that.
This is a serious PSA right here. Leaving on a high note. Hey, man.
Mute the YouTube channel because he's also been watching. Not at all.
Hello.
So first of all, you know, this is not one of those things, like, we're not trying to leave you on a depressive note. This is not that. This is just a simple safety message. This is our friend Magic is going through. He's got a little bit of COVID, but he's gonna be all right.
Curled
he
up,
wanted to get on
quarantining.
and wanted to say some words to you guys real quick. And I know this is kind of like crazy to get you guys to meet him like this, because he's such a vibrant songwriter, singer, and funny guy. But we just want to tell you we're praying for you. You're gonna be fine. This is gonna be great. In about a week, you're gonna be back to normal, and that's it. What's up, my man?
What's up, man?
What's the
I just
PSA
got
you
back.
wanted to say?
This COVID is not a joke.
Wow.
It's not a joke. I was one of those guys. I was like, I could wear my mask, or I cannot wear my mask. So once I'm better, I'm gonna move a lot different. I've been quarantining so far since the hospital for 5 days now. I was in the hospital for about a day and a half, and they are taking it extremely careful as well. I mean, the doctors inside of the hospitals they're dressed up from head to toe, fully covered. But what's scary about it is like, you have nobody in there with you. You have, like, you go in there by yourself and you leave out by yourself. It's sad. You know, I've heard 2 flatlines while I was there. And it's just sad to know, like, those people didn't get a chance to see their family members for last chance. I've seen kids in the hospital that's suffering from COVID. It's a lot of people, and I'm here in South Carolina, and our rate is going up every single day. And my symptoms are like, everybody's symptoms are different. Like, now it feels like I have a weight on my chest. I have a really bad dry cough, as you can hear. You can't tell, but I'm sweating profusely right now. Like, I'm sweating really bad. My temperature has been fluctuating from 97 past 100. My highest temp reached 103 degrees. And man, I felt like I was going to die. So that's when I went into the hospital and they kind of got my symptoms coming down. But all to say, man, it's not a joke. I know we love our loved ones, but we just don't know who has it. And, you know, people don't know that they have it because you have people that are afraid to go get tested. You have people that won't go get tested, you know, so yeah, man, it's not a joke, man. And it's basically they can't really do anything for you until the vaccine comes out. Like that's their agenda now. Like they want everybody to take this vaccine when the FDA approves, if they haven't already. So.
All right. Well, I mean, listen, we didn't want to introduce you like this, and I know it was your idea to at least say a few positive words to people so that they can understand that this is real, to protect themselves. We think we're invulnerable. How do you say that word? The word?
Vulnerable?
Yeah, there you go. That like invincible.
Oh, invincible.
And we're not.
Yeah, we're definitely not.
I always see you like you are, because you're such a crazy, vibrant guy all over the place. So thank you for that message, man. We wanted to say we love you. Take care of yourself, and I'm sure that people are gonna send you positive.
One more thing, I want to, spread the awareness. I took 3 tests. One, I did a mouth swab. That test came back negative. But when I went and took 2 more tests, 2 different places, the nostrils, those tests came back positive. So I don't want people to take the oral test and it comes back negative and they think they don't have it. Go take as many tests as you can, people, for real.
That's why we wanted to give you this message because it is serious, and we all want to get back out there to performing, to hanging out, to hugging each other, and so at least wear a mask is important. I know, who knows at this point, who knows what the difference is between the mask or not mask, but if the experts are saying wear a mask for now, let's do that. All right. Well, listen, we love you. That's okay. We're going to hang up and we're going to leave them with something else. Peace out, my brother.
People are praying for you. We're getting a lot of messages for you.
And we'll give you a call later.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Bye, Magic.
Right, peace.
All right. So, obviously, not, that's crazy that's going on to my best friend, to somebody that I spoke to, a guy about 2 days ago. So, last but not least, we want to leave you with something positive. We want to remind you that meditating, manifesting is the way that you're going to get your dreams to come true. You can focus on the stuff you want. Don't focus on the stuff that can go wrong or that are not happening or this and that.
Don't let the haters and the doubters around you kill your dream.
Look,
no.
Doubt is a virus. If you let it spread, it's going to kill your dream. So you have to stop that. You have to nip it in the bud early. So one little trick that I used to do, every time that I would go to an audition, right? I would go to the audition, and right before I would go in, I would look at the door of the audition, right? And I would envision myself, listen, I don't know what's going to happen when I go in the audition, right? Because we can't predict the future. But this is what I would do. I would look at the door, and I would close my eyes, and I would literally visualize myself coming out of that door, screaming, "Oh my God, yes, I got it." And I would call my mom, because I always call my mom, "Mom, I got it, I got this, I got that," whatever. And I would call Mom, "Mommy, Joep," right? Because that's how I envision positivity for me. I envision the outcome that I want. I don't envision what could happen, what could go wrong, what may go wrong, what I need to do. Who cares about all of that? If you focus on the outcome and you tell the universe this is what is supposed to happen, put in the order like is a waiter. Hey, Mr. Universe, bring me this. Hey, Mrs. Universe, this is what I demand. Because the universe, if you believe and you have faith, the universe will work for you. So
absolutely.
That being
Amen
said,
to that. but be patient with the timing. The timing is not always what you say it's going to be. So, but if you have faith, you know that it's going to be there. So listen, it's Sunday. Enjoy your Sunday. Just wanted to say, may peace be with you. And we're going back to the guru. You want to finish this out. Get in that mindset. Let's start planning these 2021 goals. We're here for you. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned for, or stay, just connected with us on Hio. You're going to see those push notifications in the next couple of days. We'll be back with you. And what else?
Hold 1 second.
And what else? Any last thoughts y'all want to leave? Let us know. Thanks for all the prayers and the good ideas. Yes, of ginger, garlic, onions. You got to get all of that. Kill those viruses.
And we're going to leave you with the incredible
one more special message.
Sadhguru.
Even without doing any activity, you can still manifest what you want if you organize these 4 dimensions in one direction and keep it unwavering in that direction for a certain period of time. Now he believes Shiva will do it for him and it will happen. So is Shiva going to come and build your house? No, I want you to understand, God will not lift his little finger for you. What has not happened till now on this planet can happen tomorrow. Human beings are capable of making it happen tomorrow. Everything we as human beings have created on this planet was essentially first created in our minds. All that you see, which is human work on this planet, first found expression in the mind, then it got manifested in the outside world. The wonderful things that we have done on this planet and the horrible things that we have done on this planet, both have come from the human mind. So if we are concerned as to what we create in this world, it's extremely important that first of all we learn to create the right things in our mind, how we keep our minds. If we do not have the power to keep our minds the way we want it, what we create in the world is also going to be very accidental and haphazard. So learning to create our minds the way we want is the basis of creating the world the way we want. There is a wonderful story in the yogic lore. On a certain day, a man took a walk. He went for a long walk. Accidentally, unawares, he walked into paradise. Fortunate, isn't he? He just took a walk and he landed up in paradise. After this long walk, he felt little tired. So he thought, oh, I'm tired, I wish I could rest somewhere. He looked around,